Hi, hello everyone. Hey, uh, hi Hassan, good to see you. All right, so, there's a lot been going on in the YouTube streets tonight, ladies' night. We're gonna present one of them. As you saw by the title, Shahrazad Ali said black women don't mature beyond 14. So it was running through all through YouTube, the Manosphere, YouTube with the Manosphere and the red pills, and I have a few things to say, and my temporary co-host, uh, the Black Knight, also has a few things to say about that too. All right, so okay, so so I've been looking for I've been looking for the original. I heard from Michi X. I saw Michi X video that somebody had put up about the situation. I've been hearing about Red Pill doing it, and the Manosphere going all upon. You see, we've been telling you that it's a fact. It's true. Okay, first of all, for those of you who didn't know, that short that was on TikTok that everybody been going on about came from a bigger show. Yeah. Yeah, Omega OG War. I don't know if you're a young Manosphere, young Red Pillar, but this came out 7 years ago. In fact, I got the exact date, March 15th. And she was being interviewed, Shahrazad Ali and someone named Brother King Simon was being interviewed by Sinetta's video. Hey, Black Republican, my favorite troll. Okay. And somebody asked her a question, Colin asked her a question, and she answered that. This was 7 years ago. And this OG War does a short in TikTok and stir everything all up again. It's been okay. Look, Shahrazad, yes, she's a woman. Yes, she's an elder, but she don't know everything. She doesn't know everything. And this statement that she said about 14-year-old girls, let's put it at 14-year-old girls. But since she put all us black women in there, she said average, but we know that's all average black women. That average black woman has a mentality of 14. She stopped maturing at 14. 14 years old. We hadn't learned anything new. We had learned from our experiences. We stayed mentally at 14 years old. And by her saying average black women, she included herself too. So what? She's 14 years old. We're all 14 years old up in here. That's not true. That's not true. When black women does not stop maturing at 14. She don't have no facts based on it. She don't even have some observation from this. So she took something where she might have run across some women or seen some women who are immature, just like we've seen men who are not mature. No matter how old they are, they still have a certain immaturity level. But to use those people as a blanket statement that the average black woman, which is code for all black women, start maturing at 14. So hey, The only reason why you believe Shahrazad is right is because, hey, one, she's saying what y'all want to hear, and
I
she.
don't understand.
Mhm, mhm.
Hey y'all, hey ladies night.
Hey,
Um, do you hear my background?
yes, we hear your
Is it really
background.
loud?
Fairly
Is
so,
it?
yeah. It's not
Oh
overpowering,
man,
but we can
I
definitely
can't
hear it.
I can't really do nothing about it right now.
Okay,
But
but
can
just
you
go
hear
ahead.
me?
But I can hear you. Yes.
I sorry y'all about the background. It's a long story, but I can't know about the background. But anyway, I don't know why she would say such a thing. Like, is she anti-black? I mean, I don't. Wow, I don't understand that one. Is she angry at black women or what?
Well,
I mean, I can't really speak on it because I'm a man, and that's a woman thing. That's a woman calling out other women. So, I don't know what to say about that. With the exception of she don't, maybe she's having an issue with the black women today, or I'm not
well,
sure.
yeah. I personally think, and she might say, I think she has a problem with black women.
Okay, stop,
Yeah.
stop, stop.
Mhm.
Black Republican, where is the statistics in the stats that says black women stop maturing, or a percentage of black women stop maturing at the age of 14? Where you get them stats from? Okay. You see, I think what she's trying to say is she thinks that the black women are pulling down the black men. That she's one of them black people that excuse the failures of the black men.
Mhm. Mhm.
hmm And keep relying on slavery. We ain't gonna never get out of slavery if we don't stop talking about it. We ain't gonna never get out of slavery if we keep talking about it and keep blaming everything on slavery.
Mhm. Okay. Yeah. So by her saying that, she agreed on a certain level, with the white men that said black people were children, because if black women stop maturing at 14, what you think black men stop maturing at?
Okay, stop.
Hmm.
Black Republican, it's impossible to know how many women, whether it be black women or any kind of woman, is single. You got 24 million black women. It's impossible to be accurate with how many of them are single, even by percentage. Okay, go ahead, Dan.
Yeah. And yeah, so she's agreeing what the white men way back in them days said about black people being children, and they don't have the mental capacity to do that. She keeps saying that black men and women need to work together, but she's negating that by saying that we're not partners. That black men should treat us like children. That put
Oh,
him
stop.
in the parent position and us in the children. Hmm?
Well, dating sites is the most unreliable data you can possibly have. Because it's constantly changing. Okay, and black women, especially on dating sites, most black women on dating sites are pro-black. Okay, And they even say in their profile that they have no interest in any other man but a black man. So that would make her the least desired from non-black men. It doesn't mean that she can't get a date with a black man. These women put this stuff in their profiles that they're only looking for black men.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Taking Kapala. It's been a while. Okay, so yeah, and not to mention that's just a small percentage of black women that go on dating sites. That's not
What's
the
up,
whole
Kapala?
population of black women.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Right. Why would you? I don't even understand why would you even, use a dating site to measure any kind of numbers. That's not smart, bro. That's the most unreliable source of data you could possibly find. I mean, it's changes so many times that the changes is fluid. You don't know what change goes into the next. It's impossible. Just like it's impossible to know how many women are single at any given time. Okay, because let's just say you survey women for a whole week, right? Well, there are more women, there are girls being born during that week too. And then there are girls who are turning into adults, right?
Right.
They're going from 17 to 18. So now you got to count them in too, because they're grown women. Well, I wouldn't say grown women. I wait till about 22. I don't like young girls. Why? Because I'm a grown man. I need a older, mature woman who's around my age range. I don't go after young girls. Young girls are mentally, they're not ready. Yeah. But I don't know. How do you even begin to survey women and say 70% are single? That is impossible to know because that number is always changing. Like right now, okay, Dane, right now, what time
Mm-hmm.
is it?
It is 7:54.
And what's today's date?
Today's date is March the 4th.
Okay, it's March 4th, right?
Mm-hmm.
7:34 p.m., right? By 7:45 p.m., okay, right now we're saying that 70% of women that's are single, right? At 7 whatever. At
Mm-hmm.
7:45 p.m., also on March 4th, that number is going to change. And it's going to change again and again and again and again. It's impossible to know at any given time how many women are single. The problem with you guys, man, y'all believe everything white people tell you. Go ahead, then.
Okay. Now I'm back to Shahrazad Ali. Okay. So she's trying to encourage men, but she keeps contradicting herself. She keeps saying that Men and women need to work together and back each other up. And then at the same time, or within the same frame, she's going to tell black men that uh, um, black women don't mature past 14, and you got to deal with them like children. How
And
we
how does
gonna
J?
work together and help each other and be a partner if one of them is in a parent position, the other one is in a child's position?
Mm, and how do J.P. Morgan know by the year 2030, 45% of women will be single? And you're saying 90% for black women? No, I don't believe any of that. Listen, I'm telling you, man, what's the sample size of it? How are they making this survey? Because we picked the one apart where we found out that they was counting in 15-year-old boys. Are they counting? Are they also counting 18-year-old girls or young women? Crazy. How about we make up a stat right now, right? In the year 2030, the black man would be 70% or 75% jobless. No jobs. How about that? You guys don't hold any jobs. Yeah, Dan.
Okay. Okay, so she has contradictory statements a lot of times, and this is one of them. This is not helping us stay together and work together and work past our issues and baggage and work together to build the black community. No, this is tearing apart. So by that, she's making black men to be out to be child molesters, because if the only women they're interested in has the mentality of a 14-year-old, if that's to be believed, and he's put in a parent position, his wife is his child. How that gonna sound? You know?
Well, you see, and that's why you got them fools over there at Bernard's Riley place fighting over the what is it? The legal age law?
Age of consent.
Yeah, age of consent law. Talking about, some places it's 13 and, a bunch of pedos on Bernard Riley's channel. I would say right now, today's black man is a joke anyway. So it would be in the black women's interest to steer clear from you. You new breed of black men, y'all don't have any heart, you don't have any courage, you don't have any strength, y'all weak, y'all soft, y'all argue like girls, y'all dress like girls. Ain't nothing tough about y'all. People don't look at you and you don't be afraid. When I was growing up, when people laid eyes on us, right, they were afraid of us, especially white people, right? If I was walking down the street, there could be three white people on the same sidewalk I'm at. They wouldn't even walk past me. They would go across the street, even if I was by myself. Okay? They would cross the street. Y'all don't strike that kind of fear in nobody. You guys are clumsy, you're bums, you're immature yourselves, walking around with backpacks with Xboxes and Sony PlayStations in them. How mature is that? playing Madden all day. You're a grown ass man. You got things to do. You got bills to make sure you take care of bills. You got a house to maintain. Well, those of you who do own homes. So, like I said, I can't really speak on the 14. I'm surprised that she would say something like that.
Yeah.
I think she's trying to uplift the black man, and I commend her, but we have to understand these ain't the right kind of black men to be uplifted. They don't have what it takes. Okay? Their lives are spent on social media harassing women. They don't have what it takes. So uplifting this type of black men today is a waste of time and a big mistake. Go ahead, Dan.
Um, yeah, I think her mindset. Okay, yeah, she's doing with most women that's follow, support, believe the manosphere and red pills do. She uplift the black men by tearing down the black woman, making it her fault, making it that if it's not her fault, it's because she's childish. Um, she has no maturity level.
I mean, 14 is that's pretty bad. Not as bad as black men who I think are hovering around 9 or 10 years old. Okay. I mean, you guys got 30-year-olds, right, who have juvenile mentalities, 12 and 13 years old.
Mm-hmm.
30 with the mental of a 12 or a 13-year-old.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay. I keep telling you guys, you got to come to my gent culture and learn about yourselves and learn how to get yourselves together. Learn what you're supposed to be. Y'all don't even know how to dress. Do you understand your dress, the way you dress, says a lot about your personality and your mental? So you run around here, you 35, 40 years old. If you run around here, you dress like a kid or a teenager, right? Then people are going to think that you're immature, which is going to turn a lot of people off. You guys are too old in this day and age to be wearing t-shirts that are 5X's, okay? When in reality, the size shirt you wear is a medium. You know what I'm saying? Y'all started to look like clowns out there.
Oh, she excused that. She excused the if you go to the original video they took the clip from, she excused black men with their pants hanging and showing their underwear. She said it's just a trend. It's gonna end. They're gonna mature out of that. I'm not
Wait a minute,
saying.
wait a minute, wait a minute.
Mhm.
This 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 trend has been around since I was a kid.
Yeah, same for me.
I am 55 years old now. That is way too long for something to be trending. Things don't trend that long.
Yeah, we got 50-year-old. We got some 50-year-old men out there who sags, who show their underwear. Shoot, some of them even go so far as to pull up their shirt so you can see the underwear.
It's
I'm not talking about
terrible.
wearing shorts over boxes. I'm talking about underwear.
Talking about this a trend. Are you crazy?
Mm-hmm.
Trends don't last, what, 50, 40, 50 years? You
Yeah.
know, most trends, shoot, last a week, maybe. You know,
A few months, you know.
yeah, yeah. Some of them last a couple of months. It depends on how robust it is. If it's really a robust trend, it might last for about a month or two.
And that's one trend we really do not need to have. I just give up. I just be glad that the younger generation, they don't have it where their butt showing. They have
And
it.
wait a minute.
Mhm.
And what is that supposed to mean anyway?
Uh-huh.
What is that supposed to mean? Why do they think what? Does that mean that you're cool because your pants are sagging and your underwear is showing?
They just say that's the style.
What style? What kind of style is that?
Whenever I complain to the boys about that, they said we don't show our underwear. We just show the tops of our shorts and our boxers, just the top, just the top elastic part of it,
Well,
which with some skinny jeans. Part of the reason why they wear skinny jeans to hold their pants up. I was like, what? What you think the belt is for? They wear the belts too sometimes, but that's just uh, to cinch it in because they in places where they can't have that. They're use a belt to tighten it so their shirts don't pop up so easily, showing off their style that could get them kicked out of school in some places. I get bothered about every adult be like, pull up your pants. Or mine, I'm tired of seeing your underwear, you know, and be like, that's the trend. I don't want to see it. I say, you do know that comes from prison, right? You do know you advertising that you're willing to become some man's girlfriend. Are you open for business? You selling your behind? You advertising that you selling your behind? Oh, that's in prison. That don't mean the same thing I hear. Yeah. Tell that to some guy that's just come out of prison. I better watch your behinds. With these men coming out of prison and jail. Yeah, and they kind of shrug it off, or they careful say, "Oh no, we don't be having a saggy look." Because when you show the whole back of your underwear, you're doing that. I said, "Well, there's an awful lot of y'all doing that." No, the style now is just to show the elastic of your shorts and your boxes. I've got teenagers telling me this. Teenage boys. The girls are actually tired of seeing it. I asked the beautiful, I said, do you like that? It's like, no. I said, they're actually sick of it. That shows to me that the 14-year-old girls are maturing faster than the 14-year-old boys. They sick of it. But actually they sick of it by the time they're 12. Some of them are getting at 12. Yeah, 12 and 10. They sick of it. They tired of it. Well, actually 10-year-olds don't be sagging quite that much, but they sick of it by the time they're 12 and 13. Could be some of y'all not getting women because y'all sagging. As Max have been saying, it's your what's that term again for the way you're dressing?
Sartorial.
It's sartorial expression. You don't know that probably the women you after don't find that attractive. You know? Okay. But anyway, she excused this. Oh, it's just a thing. It's gonna go around, you know. And the more you try to tell them not to do it, the more they're gonna do it. Like grown ass men or children. Could be. Nowadays, today's men could be children. The more you tell them, no, that don't look right. No, that's not good. Or please pull up your pants. Or I'm tired of seeing your underwear. But they still going around sagging. I'm serious. Uh, I've seen some 50-year-old men do that. I'm surprised they
Well,
got a job.
well, it's definitely not a trend. She got that wrong.
Mhm.
Sorry about that. It is not a trend.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's a way of life for these dudes.
Yep, that's
And here's
normal.
the thing, right? Y'all spending all this time wearing skinny jeans, pants sagging, you know, doing those stupid b-boy walks that played out in the 80s, right? And y'all think that y'all down. Y'all think that y'all doing something. You know, just like the conscious community, right? They don't do shit for black people. But got the nerve to sit up there and say, yo, y'all know how we get down. We've been doing this for a minute. Doing what for a minute? You know, and it's sad, man, when you oh, don't get. I, mean, I was about to go somewhere. Okay, wait. I'm not. They ain't even cue me yet, so I'm a hold position. Yes, dang.
Okay, all right. So we start getting people come in. I want to hurry up and get my copyright out of the way. So those of you who haven't seen it, or it's been a long time since you've seen it, but then again, let's see. All right. Okay. Let me enlarge my copyright. I ain't scrolling today. Okay. All right. This is the copyright basis because um uh, this channel may contain content not authorized for use by its owner. However, according to Section 107 of the Copyright Act of the United States, the fair use of copyrighted work for purposes such as criticism, definitely, comments, yeah, we're gonna be commenting, news report, only for those who don't know, teaching, scholarship, or research is not an infringement of copyright. And hopefully we'll learn something new today. All right. All right. Let's get that off the screen. All right. So I'm gonna show you the clip. The, I'm gonna I'm gonna show you the TikTok clip that's been having everybody in the uproar about it. Which is, yeah, which is, as a woman, I'm very upset about it. Okay, let's see. All right, can y'all see that? Oh, maybe I should go this way. All right, here we go. Here's what she.
This is what you have to remember. The average black woman in America don't get no older than about 14. So just talk to her and deal with her like you dealing with a 14-year-old. Don't come at her like you dealing with an equal, because she's not going to be able to accept that. You got to go way back. And we cut off at about 14 to 15. We don't develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information. Look at a lot of my lectures on YouTube. That's people have put everything I got out there just about. They rob me every day. So go and look those up and listen to some of those. And they're in short enough clips that you'll be able to get some information and be able to share that with her. Because I give it out really straight and really direct. And I give us useful tools that we can use every day, like you're talking about. But if you love her, and she gonna fight against right, because that's how we have been reared by the enemy. That ain't her you fighting.
Okay, that's just a short version. That of what she's saying is that we don't mature um, past 14.
I
And
can't really.
you can't treat us as an equal. We can't treat us as a partner. No, you gotta treat us like children. That just
See, I can't really say nothing about that because that's a woman trying to check other women. That's a woman thing, you know. So I tell you what, I've never seen a grown black woman act like a 14-year-old or a teenager. I've seen some black women get goofy when they're home. You know, get a little goofy, get a little silly, and laugh. But when they in the workplace and all that, when you know they dead serious.
mhm.
You know, so I don't. You know, that's the only thing I could say. Um,
Yeah, and
she's a
well,
woman. She's a woman. She knows more about women than I do. So yeah, I can't really comment on it yet.
yeah, and that goofiness, that means she's at work, she can relax, she can be herself, and that she's comfortable with you to have fun, be silly with you, be goofy with you. That's not immaturity. That's just saying that she trusts you, that she's comfortable, she can be herself, and she can and be goofy with you. Ah,
I don't know if she. You know what? Because Kevin Samuels, right, tried to get black women to lower their standards and accept any other kind of bum ass Negro. To me, it sounds like she's trying to do that too, or she's trying to give men a smoking gun. You know, for some reason. I definitely don't agree. Like I said, she know more about women than I do, but I don't agree with it.
I'm sorry about that.
I don't agree with it.
Mm. No, no, woman I've seen, um, is immature. Even the so-called women that y'all have a problem with, that y'all use that R-A-T word on it, um, on it, even she is not immature.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something else she said too, right?
Mhm.
She said, "Don't talk to them like they're an equal."
There's a difference
Wow.
between there's a difference between don't talk to them like they're a man and don't talk to them like an equal. She's
Oh yeah.
supposed to
Speaking of that,
be your partner, your counterpart.
speaking
Hmm.
of that, right?
Hmm.
Let me tell y'all for the last time, okay? And you brainwash Negroes. Let me tell you something too. Stop calling our women masculine. A woman can, you don't even know what masculine means. A woman cannot be masculine. That is something only a man can be. Okay? A woman cannot be masculine. Our women aren't masculine.
Yeah.
I need to stop saying that. I was talking to a black woman the other day who thought she was masculine. I had to break her out of that thought. You're being brainwashed to think that way.
Hmm.
And you're being brainwashed to attack your women. Our women aren't masculine. You can take the woman that you think is masculine and put her next to a man. Okay? And she'll look the way she's supposed to look, like a woman. You see, you guys think that women are masculine because they play sports, they're in combat sports, and you tried to get with one of them and they told you no. So you got a little anger in there too. Y'all are the ones that see these women as masculine.
Yeah.
You know, stop being brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? Good.
Yeah. And stop thinking. Um. Girls that play sports are lesbians. They're not. You're offending a whole bunch of.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Now that has some truth to it. There are some lesbos and dykes and oh, wait, can we say that?
No, you can't use the D word.
Okay. There are some and playing sports. Can I say iki or Okay. All right. So
Yeah, but not all of them
hold
do.
on. This is a very tricky, slippery slope.
Mhm.
Now you got the manosphere and red pill guys. They are running all over the planet with this.
Yeah,
See, I told y'all, black women are immature. Black women are kids. You got to treat them like children.
yeah. I like to see them try to do that with Shahrazad Ali because she's included in that
Let me
14-year-old logic.
let me tell you guys how stupid y'all are. Right? You're brainwashed to be stupid. Right? If you go to your woman, if you have a woman, and you start treating her like a child because Shahrazad Ali said she didn't chew past 14, you're not going to have a woman anymore. She's going to leave you. And I guarantee you, every woman that you get after that will do the same thing. They will leave you. Okay? So go and try that dumb shit if you want. You'll never have a woman.
Shoot, you might get charged for domestic abuse because if you're gonna treat her like a woman and she disagrees with you or she don't obey you or she don't listen to you, what you gonna do? Whip her like you would your child? Try to punish her like you punish your child?
She's not a child.
Hmm.
Y'all better stop believing that BS. She's not a child. I'm curious as to why she said that anyway, Dan.
Oh, okay. Well, I can play where it started. It started with a caller came in to ask her a question. Um,
Was the
let me
caller
get it on that
was
timestamp.
was the caller a male?
Yes, the caller was a male. I know it had to be.
See, you know what it is? It's a slavery thing. They keep blaming everything on slavery. Everything isn't slavery's fault. Okay? We got to stop talking about slavery all the time. Okay? We're 500 years removed from slavery. Slavery didn't cause a black man to lose his mind and get you know a an AR-15, which is an assault military style rifle, and kill his girlfriend's mother and kill his girlfriend. Slavery didn't do that. He did that.
Hmm.
He pulled the trigger. That had nothing to do with slavery. Slavery is just an excuse that you guys keep making. None of us today has gone through slavery. I was not a slave. My family weren't slaves. We're not slaves. Our ancestors were.
We just feeling the effects of slavery.
We're not even doing that. It's just that people are brainwashed and they keep carrying something that they had no experience with. If you ask the latest black man, right, why is he using slavery or talking like a slave, right? He'll say because it was passed down to him by his ancestors. That's a lie. Okay, that don't get that don't get the mentality of slavery. That doesn't get passed down. Somebody has to teach you to be like that. And so, if you got the modern day black person behaving like a slave, he or she was taught that,
Mm-hmm.
and taught that in this day and age. Okay, we can't use slavery forever. At some point, the black man is going to have to take a stand in this world and start producing for your people. Right now, you're not a producer, you are a consumer. And
Mm-hmm.
you're not a business owner. You don't even know how to own stuff. Most of you are still infant like when it comes down to the owning game. Okay? That's why you guys really aren't in the owning game representing black people. But you guys dominate the rent game. Oh hell man, I don't think there's anybody who rent more than black men. And y'all real dumb with me. Y'all loud with it too. Yo, I pay $2,500 a month, my Negro. Show 10 stacks, nigga. Look, I pay $2,500 a month. Why would you rent an apartment for $2,500 a month when you can get a mortgage for much cheaper? Isn't that right, Dan?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That don't make any sense to me, man.
Especially if you can afford to pay
Right.
2,500 in rent, then you can afford a mortgage. But no,
Now,
them Negroes don't want to because I don't know how to take care of a house. A house is too much work. You gotta repair this, do that. Do like you would do with rent, except you do it yourself. Instead of calling the landlord and say you have a problem with the plumber, you call the plumber yourself. I
and
had
so,
uncles, they didn't know too much about repairing the house, but they used
and
YouTube. Oh, I'm sorry.
and how immature is it, right, to challenge another guy online to show a particular amount of money, right?
Right?
You renting an apartment and you withdrew money from your wife's account, $500 to put it up and show it in the cam to try to play somebody else out. First of all, that $500, that's next month's rent. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and your girl comes home, see you playing with next month's rent. She catches an attitude. Why? Because she don't want to get kicked out. Do y'all not understand? Women, if you want to say that women are like something, they're more like birds and cats. Okay? Birds and cats are extremely smart. A bird knows how to make a nest. A cat also makes a nest, a female cat. And she checks the area to make sure her and her babies will be safe. A bird does the same thing. Okay? So, I lost my chain of thought. What was I saying, Dan? I lost my chain of thought.
You gonna compare women to animals, birds and cats, and that they both
Hmm.
birds and cats create a nest to protect their babies.
That's right. A woman nests an environment, and she makes sure that that environment can sustain her and her children. And she makes sure that environment is protected. Now, when she has a man, right, that is no longer her job. It is the man's job to keep the nest protected. Now, according to you guys, you don't want to do anything. You just want a woman that's going to give you some sex, right? And and when you ask her what do you like, you want her to reply whatever you like, right? You want a sex slave.
Oh,
Hell, yeah,
not to mention a
right.
maid and a cook.
Mm-hmm. Hell, y'all don't even want to be in relationships. Y'all just want to pump and dump.
Just stick it in the
That's
hole.
yeah, that's stupid too. And so here's another thing too, right? You just can't tell a woman to submit. It don't work that way. Again, you guys got to come. They need to start promoting my gen culture. You know, ladies' night. You need to come to my gen culture.
Mm-hmm.
When I go live with Gen Culture, you need to come. You're going to learn a lot. You're going to learn some real information. Not this bullshit from alpha male strategies and all these slick motherfuckers who are doing nothing but taking your money. Not no fucking MacBook or Mac that does any of that shit. I'm going to be straight with you man to man and tell you what the deal is. And tell you why you ain't getting no women. It ain't because you're not wearing the latest gear. It ain't because you ain't got a car. There's other reasons that you don't know about that are devastating you. You guys have no idea what women like about men. I'm gonna give you a hint. The very first thing that women are attracted to, right? A man's looks. Number two, his hygiene. I don't know then which comes first, the hygiene before the looks or the looks before the hygiene?
The hygiene part looks, because I know a bunch of good-looking guys who had bad hygiene, and it was a big turn on.
Mm, right. Women love clean, good smelling men. Why you think the players who keep playing women, why you think they're so clean? They understand it. They just use this for the wrong purposes, right? I'm gonna tell you, hygiene will wreck you with a woman. It can actually change her whole mind about you.
Ain't joking there.
Okay? Yeah. And with a lot of women, you only get one shot with your hygiene. Some will give you two, but most will only give you one. You got one time to show up smelling like shit or musty. And you ain't doing nothing about it. See, these kinds of things are devastating against you. There's more, but you want to learn more, come to my gen culture.
Yeah.
Okay? When you have, I'm sorry, Dan, one more time. If you have an apartment, you do not have any place to stay. Let me say that one more time. If you are renting an apartment, you do not have anywhere to stay. That you could be kicked out of that apartment on a moment's notice. Then what you gonna do? Now you understand why your woman getting upset because you flashing the rent money?
That shows her that you're irresponsible. You can't be trusted.
Right.
It'd be time to get another bank account and start transferring her money to that account so you don't have access to it.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think Alan Roger Curry, right? the so-called guru about women, why do you think he's so goddamn clean? That is hygiene is huge with women. Huge. And there's a reason why. All right.
Hygiene, landscaping.
And one of the big reasons why is because many women are affectionate. They don't want to be affectionate with some bad, smelling dude.
Yeah, you smell good. She's gonna be all on you.
Gonna be all on you. You know what I mean?
Especially if you try a new cologne that really fits your body chemistry. She gonna be, you smell so good. What are you wearing? She'll track you down.
Mm-hmm.
I've actually did it.
And why do you think Kevin Samuels was clean all the time? To attract the attention of the women.
Mm-hmm.
He was an old dude, right? He was older than me, gray hair, but he was clean cut. And his hygiene was up, right? Yeah. So the women were listening, paying attention. Even though Kevin Samuels was off his rocker, he wasn't an eyesore when it came down to the women.
He even tried to school you dudes by telling y'all to wash your behinds and get between them butt cheeks, get all that crap from there.
He wasn't an eyesore. So come to my gym coach, I'll hook you up. Yeah, Dan.
Okay. All right. Okay, so people wonder why she said what she said. Okay, I hope I got the video far enough back, because I was going at the point where she was talking about that. Here we go.
When she come back today, we supposed to be watching something. I'm gonna sit her down. I actually got it paused, and I'm gonna let her know about. We gonna watch the Black Man Guide to the Black Woman.
Brother, did you get that book yet?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, that book is still on sale.
Right now, I be studying off YouTube, stuff like that. I'm in a condition right now. I'm on a run. I got a felony charge and all this stuff. I'm not able to work. I'm sorry, brother.
Don't say no more. You got that charge. Come on, don't say no more. You're all right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm blessed, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about nothing, because even when it's my time, I know it's my time. And it ain't a lot of time. I'll be right back out, even smarter and sharper, you know? But we need you. But if she could just give me, I don't think it's just no word of encouragement, just something.
Get it off the screen real quick.
Okay.
Did y'all hear that? A black man talking about time in jail. How do you think that sound to women? Right? When you're enthusiastic about jail time. How do you think that sound to black women when you and your mans get together? Y'all happy that one of them came home. Right? And you're celebrating him coming home from committing a crime. What are you doing?
Oh, sorry about
that. And you are celebrating him coming home from committing a crime. How do you think that look to black women? When her man, her natural counterpart, is a jailbird. Now, y'all think it's cool to go to jail. Y'all be in jail posing with pictures and shit. Everybody squatting down, leaning up against. Well, why do y'all take pictures? I don't understand it. This confuses me. But I got a brother that's a jailbird, right? He was in jail most of his childhood life. By the time he was done with jail, he was 25 years old, going on 30. Right? He sent many pictures home of him posing with niggas in jail. What is that supposed to mean? Why y'all into all of these pictures and then y'all be rocking the damn prison suit? The dumbest shit I ever seen, right? This is what my own brother, I'm gonna be honest with you, sent the picture home with a letter. And in the letter, he said, yo, check me out, right? I'm rocking the latest prison gear. I know how to rock it. Check out the way I did it. Ain't that stupid? What the fuck, you love being in jail? Yo, check out my prison uniform. See how I'm rocking that shit? And then taking pictures, styling and profiling in prison gear. They don't give you that prison gear for you to take pictures smiling, holding up a goddamn wall. They give you that shit because you're a fucking prisoner, because you're a criminal. And they don't want you being unidentifiable with regular people. Those uniforms are a marker, so people know who you are. Not for you to take pictures and say dumb shit like, yo, I'm rocking my shit, yo. Wearing boots with no fucking shoelaces and shit. Got niggas in prison braiding your hair like they bitches. Excuse me, I'm sorry, like they women. The only time a man can touch my head is when he give me a cut. He's my barber. I'm not gonna sit there between a man's legs and let a man braid my hair. You got me effed up. But you got a lot of dudes in jail that let that happen. For some reason, they don't think anything's wrong with that, right? And here's another thing too, right? You telling your girl, yo, my dude about to come home, baby. I'm gonna have to put him on his feet. You know what that means? It means that when he comes home, he ain't gonna have no money or nothing. You gonna give him a nice piece of money to get him started. That can be anywhere between $800 to $2,000. How you think your girl gonna feel about that? This is what I mean by how immature and retarded you guys are. You're in a relationship with a woman, you got a child, but yet you putting your nigga on his feet when he come out of jail. And you don't think you're taking away from your little family. Yeah. You wonder why your girl got a problem with you.
Maybe wondering, how's this man is your dude? Is she wondered in the back of her head, did he do him? Or did he get
Exactly.
done by the dude?
Some of y'all are so weird that your woman start wondering if you're homosexual. How are you so tight with your mans in them? You're gonna give him $800, $2,000, and you got a woman and a child that you live with in an apartment when you paying rent. And when dude come home, you put him on his feet because you want to be down with niggas in the street. You niggas are dumb, man.
Yeah.
My bad, I ain't mean to get into my jet stuff. You know, I get about it.
Okay.
So.
Well, there you go, everybody. A little bit of gent culture. Ladies night. Okay. All right. Let's see. So that guy that was talking, he called in, and yeah, he's been in prison. I don't think he has a job yet. They kind of skipped over it, but he said something earlier in their conversation about he don't have a job yet. But I guess if he's just coming out of prison, yeah, it's gonna be difficult for him to find a job. So he asked Shahrazad Ali for some advice. We didn't quite get to the advice yet, but here we go. Let me mute up.
All right,
Yes,
listen
sir.
up, brother. Listen up.
I hear you, brother. This is what you have to remember. The average black woman in America don't get no older than about 14. So just talk to her and deal with her like you dealing with a 14-year-old. Don't come at her like you dealing with an equal, because she's not going to be able to accept that. You got to go way back. And we cut off at about 14 to 15. We don't develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information. Look at a
Okay, so that was her advice to him. You know, don't treat her like no equal. You have to go way back in your treatment of her, because no different than 14. And that we're not going to take, not be able to take being treated as equal.
But wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
That's assuming that the guy she's with isn't a kid just like her.
Yeah.
Cause I got news for you dudes, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all just as immature and even worse. Okay? Let me say one more thing on the prison picture thing. Why the fuck would you send pictures home from jail? Styling and profiling. Like you like being in jail.
For some of the repeat offenders, I begin to wonder. But I
Yeah.
think it originally started as letting the parents back home knowing you're okay, because you hear all kind of horror stories about prison, and that's the way it said I'm
And
okay, and then it progressed into styling and showing that well, I think that part is a lack of maturity, you know, on that.
and Black Republican, if you're listening, or any other you manosphere group boys listening, let me tell you about a stat, right? Do you know that black men, right, are at a higher percentage than any other man on this planet of being institutionalized? Did you know that? Do you know that black men lead in that category by a freaking country mile? Nobody is even close. We have the most institutionalized black men in the world.
Mm-hmm.
And some dudes are so fucked up in the head. Once they go to jail the first time, right? Can't stop going. Institutionalized.
Yeah, and some of them they're not used to having responsibility because they went in so young, so they don't know how to pay bills. They don't know how to rent an apartment. They don't know how to where you go to get the utilities assigned to apartment. That's why I think some guys whose apartment they don't have no electricity in them. Not that they didn't pay bills. I think they didn't even know where they were supposed to go to get it turned on.
You know, many of you brothers I'm talking about are unfit to be in a relationship with a woman. especially a black woman. Okay. Meaning you are unfit. For one, if you have a child by that woman and your man's is coming home and you're willing to put him on his feet to use that money for your child, then you're a woman. That makes you unfit. You are unfit to be in that relationship. You're unfit to be a father as well. Okay? You're the only nigga running around here proud about being in jail. Well, I don't know. Some of the Spanish people, I think some of the Mexicans, they pretty much do the same thing. But the Mexicans are different. A lot of them own property and shit. You don't. I saw a guy one time. This man got out. I was at the Greyhound bus station. Right? This was a long time ago when I was first getting into trucking, back in 2001. I was heading out to Olathe, Kansas. Right? And the company gave me an option to, I lived in Jersey, to fly out there or ride out there on the bus. I chose the bus because I can't fly in planes. There's an issue with my ears. Okay? So I don't fly in planes. Not that I'm afraid, I just medically can't. So I'm on the Greyhound bus, getting ready to spend the next 2 or 3 days on a Greyhound bus, right? And I remember I was standing out there waiting for the bus to show up. And I had a little duffel bag with some clothes in it, some toiletries, hygiene product, whatever, right? Waiting for the bus. And this guy was out there waiting too. Then all of a sudden, this car pulled up, right? And that guy that was sitting out there waiting turned out to actually be the one coming out of jail, right? He still had his prison suit on. His prison suit was brown, like khaki brown, right? And his peoples pulled up in front of the station, started bumping the music loud as hell, gave him some crystal, gave him a bunch of money, and they started taking pictures. Right there in front of the station. He was like, yo, man, my man just came home. Yo, he back. They was making little recordings and shit. Oh, he's back. And his boy, sure enough, gave him a cheese stack to get him on his feet. I wondered if some dudes go to jail just so they can get that stack when they get out. That's a problem, man. That kind of culture right there, that's a bad culture that we have to break ourselves out of. That's a bad culture that we have to break ourselves out of. Okay? We have to stop glorifying and identifying with things that are disgustingly bad. Glorifying pimps, that's disgustingly bad. Glorifying being a jailbird, that's disgustingly bad. Putting your mans on when you have a woman and a child at home, that's disgustingly bad. Dame? Dame, you there? Or you been abducted? Let me see.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that is very bad. That is disgustingly bad. That is irritating. So
You guys got a lot of fixing to do before you're fit to be with a black woman. Before you can lead a black woman, a child anywhere, okay? You have to have yourself together. You guys don't have yourselves together. You're unfit. Many of you are unfit men. That's why you're running around here at the age 38, dressing like a goddamn kid. Because mentally, you ain't ready. You ain't ready to take on the world. A child ain't ready to take on the world. So you have a child mentality. What do you think that makes you? You ain't ready to take on the world. You ain't ready to take care of no family. Can't nobody rely on you. Can't no woman rely on you. You know something? A lot of them complain about black women, don't they, Dan?
Uh-huh.
They complain about the black women becoming violent, stuff like that, right? Well, what's the matter? You don't like your own creation? Sound like they don't like their own creation, Dan.
No, they don't.
Let me tell you guys something. Smoke this over. This crazy black woman you think that's out there, that's supposed to be killing people, whatever, whatever. Well, she's part. Well, she's your creation. How did you create her? I'll tell you how. When she was a little girl, right, living in the hood, when she looked outside of her window and saw violence taking place, who did she see perpetuating the violence? Guys that looked like her brother and father. When she was walking through the neighborhood and witnessed a killing of a black man, who did she see doing the killing? Another black man. Whatever she seen in the hood that was violent, whether it be 187s, robbing old ladies, making the streets unsafe, all this was done by black men. That's all she knows. That's what she's seen. So you taught her to be mean. You taught her how to hate men that look like her brother and her grandfather and her father. You taught her how to hate women that look just like her. And you taught her how to kill those people because she watched you kill those people. I told you guys, women's behavior is reactionary. They're reacting off of what you're doing. Why? Because they're following the leader. And if the leader is doing all of these things in the environment and allowing all these things to take place, she's going to think that there's nothing wrong with it. Because the leader is doing it. So she learned how to hate from you. Slavery didn't do that to her. You did that to her. You taught her how to hate. You taught her how to kill. You never gave her an option to see any other kind of black man. So if she's out there doing the things that you do, you only have to blame, the only person you have to blame is yourself. You made her that way. You ever thought about it that way, Dave?
Mm-mm. I thought about it in the sense of because there's been black men killing black women for assorted reasons, for no reason, for ridiculous reasons. That black women's resort to having guns, learning how to handle guns. Before, black women didn't really, not too many black women handle guns. If they did, that's because their father taught them how to handle guns. And more often than not, it was a shotgun before anything else. Um, it was a hunting rifle, but for the most part, black women as a whole did not handle guns. And now because of this, there's more black women with guns. More black women have learned to prepare themselves or learn to
Mhm.
how to shoot somebody.
Right, you taught her how to
Mm-hmm,
shoot a gun too.
mm-hmm,
Let me give y'all a quick story, right?
mm-hmm.
If you don't, how bad it is and how tragic it is when you have created this kind of black woman, right? There was a couple that had just graduated from NJIT. This was some years ago. As a matter of fact, the next time we do a show, I'll promise to have a clip of it, right? And they were about to be married. They both just graduated from NJIT, the New Jersey Institute of Technology, right? And for a matter of fact, I think they got married that day. Yeah, they got married later on that day. No, not that day. The following day they got married, right? And they was coming from their reception. The guys they called, they started walking towards their houses, right? Three young black men showed up with one black girl, right? And they robbed those people and made them get on their knees. And they gave the girl the gun. And she shot the wife in the head. Now, the husband was still there. He begging and pleading and crying, right? They just killed his wife. So he begged and pleaded for nothing. Shot him too. Now they're a bunch of savages, right? But let me tell you something. You know why they did that? They did that because the girl told her brother she wanted to see what it felt like to kill someone. So they went out, got their guns. Come on. They went out, stopped this couple who just graduated from college and just got married and took their lives because she wanted to see what it felt like to kill someone. They made that happen for her. See what I'm trying to get? See what I'm trying to get at, fellas? These so-called bad apples of the bunch, you made them. It was your corrupted behavior that made women like that. I yield the mic.
Okay. There was a question. How do you feel about making families and having classic family values like in the old days? I'm talking about using the good quality from then and leave the bad. Black Knight?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said someone had asked.
I didn't know you was talking to me. I'm sorry, guy.
Okay, Thunder, somebody named Thunder.
Hold on, you Borgen.
I'm Borgen?
You good now.
Okay. Someone named Thunder asked the question, how do you feel about making families and having classic family values like in the old days? And I'm talking about using the good qualities from then and leaving the bad.
Oh, I love it. I love it. That's right up my alley. I come from that. I'm old school, right? Dame has heard stories about my father, my grandfather. I was raised by two men, my father and my grandfather, me and my brothers. So I had two strong black men in my life. Okay. And yes, I'm very, very traditional. I believe in ladies first. I believe in chivalry. I believe in loving the woman like I love myself. I protect. I'm old school. You know, I'm definitely all for it. And Black Republicans, the one that say you don't want to be responsible for nothing. Well, you're not a responsible person anyway. So even if you were in a situation where you had to be responsible, you couldn't. Okay? You guys are a bunch of leeches, a bunch of babies that want to go fly around the world to have sex with prostitutes. Okay? Nobody cares. You're not hurting anyone. You're not hurting black women. As a matter of fact, a lot of black women can't wait for you to leave. They want some. When y'all leaving? How y'all still here? And quite frankly, I'm the same way. When are y'all getting the hell out of here? Okay, leave. Bye. So, oh yeah. So to answer Thunder's question, I love it. I think that we need to get back to that. Yeah, but the road back is not as hard as you think. The road back has to start with love. The black man has to come back to his woman and start loving her the way she's supposed to. And we will get rid of this BS. But they don't understand that the woman's the key. Why are you black men having hard times? Why are you having trouble? Because you are separated from your woman and you no longer love her. Nothing is going to go right for you until you restore your love for the black woman. I guarantee you. Uh, Women are special. Black women are special. If they weren't, then why would the Creator tell you to love her like you love yourself? She brings something special to your life. All you have to do is love her. And all of this stuff will change. But you don't love her. And other men can see it. That's your biggest problem. You don't love your woman. You love other women that you ain't got nothing to do with. They ain't got nothing to do with you. And you going to go into another man's environment and think you're going to commandeer his women. You playing Russian roulette, you're going to end up dead. Well, hopefully I answered the question. Any more questions, Dan?
Just a statement. Honestly, I have no issue with a woman knowing how to use a firearm so she can protect herself and the children when her husband is at work and not dare to do so.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
Yeah.
But I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about the negative aspect. But when she has a gun, she was taught how to. She was taught how to kill. Yeah, Dan.
Okay. That was an older statement. I think he was referring to something I was saying. He said, I miss the old days when grandmas and grandpa celebrated their 50th anniversary. We need more of this.
No, because the black man today is not a fit man to be in a relationship. Okay, it's going to take a while before he gets himself together, if he ever gets himself together.
Mm.
The problem right now is he's confused and he's running away from responsibility. He doesn't want the responsibility of maintaining a protected environment for his women and children. He's running from that. He's running from that responsibility. And he wants to be a kid. He wants you to take care of him like you're his mother. And he wants to be able to go out and have sex with all these women. Why all you do is sit home and buy him things and take care of him. That's what he wants. He wants a slave. That's why he wants women to submit. You're not going to get any woman to do anything if you are unfit.
Exactly. Yeah. I agree, Sheila. Shahrazad Ali is possibly seen out or speaking for herself, because even she contradicts herself. But in some ways, she is correct. She was talking in that video about some guy who was cursing, and he was, as far as she was concerned, he was out of line with cursing. You don't need to communicate with all that cursing. And she told him that you know that, hey, you don't need to communicate if you're not smart enough to communicate what you want to say without cursing, then you should be quiet, because we got women and children here. And she said the only reason why she said anything because he's a leader, and as a leader he has to, you know, present as a leader, and all that cursing does not do that. So she corrected this man who's also a leader because he was out of line. So when this man stepped out of leadership or his place as leadership by doing all this cursing to communicate what he wanted to say, she corrected him. And she argued with him about the cursing, especially in front of women and children. Because as a leader, he's not presented as a leader. Leader does not need to do all that. Does not need to curse people out, call people out their name, especially in front of a room full of women and children.
I agree. That's out of character anyway.
Yeah.
Why would you even do something like that?
So.
Oh, dang.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I have another question down there.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, from Thunder.
Okay, question. What would it take for a black man to be fit, and who will or can teach him this?
Okay, as far as being fit, he has to have the willingness to change. You have to have the will to want to change. Okay? He has to have the will. If he doesn't have the will, he won't change. He has to have the will, and he has to have some want to. Without those things, he'll never change it. As far as what was the last part of the question? Oh, who can teach him? Experienced men like me from the old school who still have the old traditional teachings. Experienced men like myself, experienced elders, we can get the job done. But he has to be willing. Okay, he has to be willing. A man who wants to change. It's kind of like a guy who wants to fight but don't know how to fight. He has to be able to fight somebody who knows how to fight will train him. Okay, so yeah. But they have to want it. You know, you got to come to my gent culture, hang out, listen to me teach, and ask me questions so you can become better men. Any more questions, Dan?
Not as yet. Okay. All right, just some black Republican cutting up. Uh,
What is he saying?
nobody's asking you to be a stepdad.
Oh, what?
He's a stepdad. He said again, I
Oh, that's an
respectfully
honorable. A
from
stepdad is an honorable position. Exactly. A man taking care of kids that's not his, that's like the highest honor other than the real father. Okay? Why wouldn't you want to have honor like that? Why wouldn't you want to be revered and respected? Stepfathers are respected, heavily respected. Okay? That's honor right there. That's a man stepping up, being a man, and coming into a child's life and help raising that child. I have a lot of respect for stepfathers. They're raising children that aren't even theirs. You know, that's yeah.
yeah.
Well, why would you when he said why you well you are unfit to be a stepdad black Republican. Just by the way you talk, you're unfit for a lot of stuff. And I can see you get the passport, if that, and go overseas and probably go missing.
He's claiming the government is stopping stopping them from getting their passport. Oh, okay.
No, why would the government stop you from getting your passport?
Oh, there's a passport delay.
They make money off them passports. So why would they stop you? That makes no sense, can Dan?
Okay, Thunder got another question. Once he is a better man, he needs a better class of women. What makes a woman, wife, and mother material?
I don't know. Well, if he's a better man, what makes a woman wife material and mother material? Right? That's something that he has to determine with the woman that he meets. Once they start, once you start courting her, right? What makes a woman to a man is the type of woman that he will want to be the mother of his kids. Okay, that is the ideal woman. If a man is with a woman and you get to the point where he loves her to the point where he wants her to be the mother of his children, that is the highest honor that a man can give a woman, to be the mother of his children. And once he thinks that way, then she's definitely wife material. Okay, that's what makes her wifey material. When that man wants her to be the mother of his children. Now, if he doesn't want children, then trust comes into a play, right? He has to be able to trust you to the point where he can trust you with personal information. Okay? If he can trust you like that, then you are wifey material. What's the other thing, Dan?
He says, the other question? No, that was just those two. He said, I asked this because a bad man will ruin a good woman, and a bad woman will ruin a good man.
No. Negative. A bad man is a bad man is still a bad man when he meets a bad person. You don't turn somebody bad. Okay? That's already in them. You see, people who go bad, right, and they was once good, they struggle. They've been struggling with that inside their heart. That's already in them. Right? It's already in them, and they look for triggers to trigger it. If the right situation presents itself, then they'll make the decision to change. That ain't got nothing to do with nobody but them. Okay? So they're already like that. It's like money, right? Money doesn't change you. It just shows everybody who you are, who you really are. That's all money does. It brings out the real you. So no, you don't make anybody bad. They come with that. They're already bad.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Black Republican
Mm.
asks, what asset is another man's child to me?
What?
He asks, what asset is another man's child to me? That's Black Republican.
It's a stupid ass question. That's dumb. What do you mean and not an asset to you? You asshole. What do you mean by that?
He been watching Kevin Samuels too much.
Fucking asshole, man. Like you think okay, so basically if you got kids, right? And your woman has a kid from another relationship, right? You're gonna ignore that child because that child is an asset to you. If you don't want to be in that child's life, then don't be with that woman. See, let me explain something to y'all, right? A woman and a child, they come together. It is a package deal. You don't get to separate the two. You don't get to do that. And if you love your children, then you treat their mother with love and respect. And your children will love you for that. But if you don't treat their mother with love and respect, and you abuse their mother, then you don't love your children. It's the same way as selling drugs, right? And you get caught and go to jail for 25 years. And you got a family. You don't love your family. You never did. Because if you're willing to go on the street and sell drugs, knowing what the consequences may be, and you get caught, you don't love your family. Because you've allowed yourself to get taken away from them. Same thing with the stepmom, whatever the mom and the child, they come together. And when you're separated from your woman, right, it's important that your children see you treat their mother with kindness and respect. Understand something. Just because you and her don't get along anymore, that's their mother. Okay? Treat their mother with kindness, love, and respect. And you'll have better children and they grow up to be better adults. Yeah, damn.
Okay. That's good with
Sorry for the
that.
background noise, y'all. Good.
Okay. Well, so to see what all the big habla about with Shahrazad Ali and looking for found Michi X response. Gonna play some of that. Um,
Shout out to Michi X.
mhm, yeah, and I also want to thank In the Know with Flo who had Oh, okay, what's this here? Trying to.
I have to forgive me or don't forgive me. I really don't care, right? What is her name? Sister Shahrazad Ali. Shahrazad, the Ali lady. You know what I'm talking about? Everybody run around like she just an OG and she just everything. Somebody's like, I love this lady, B or Shahrazad Ali. And let me tell you something. Now, somebody told me don't be disrespecting my elders. So I want to play for y'all quickly what I posted in my community section that she actually said, and then all of you dumbass men jumped in the comment section and had some stupid shit to say. So I want to address this because I think this is a very sad reality. Okay, so let's play this video for y'all can hear it. So this is what she had to say. Some of those, and they're in short enough clips that you'll be. I hear you, brother. This is what you have to remember. The average black woman in America don't get no older than about 14. So just talk to her and deal with her like you're dealing with a 14-year-old. Don't come at her like you're dealing with an equal, because she's not going to be able to accept that. You got to go way back. And we cut off at about 14 to 15. We don't develop and mature no further until we get some new information and accept some different information. Look at a lot of my lectures on YouTube. That's people have put everything I got out there just about. If she's talking like this, don't listen to none of her motherfucking lectures. How about that? Let me tell y'all something, because people got offended at me in the goddamn chat talking about, oh, well, you come for the elder. Let me tell y'all something, right? And somebody gonna say, she telling the truth. Again, here go you stupid ass men showing yourself, right? Here you go showing yourself, right? Let me tell you what y'all said. Y'all comments, I think, make the reality of our situation in our community even sadder. So I just want to, we got the dumbasses in the chat. That is saying that she's telling the truth and she's not wrong. We know you pedophiles when we see them. So let me walk with me down the yellow brick road, because we going somewhere, okay? So we got other men in the chat and they talking about she spoke facts. Look at all the hit dogs holler, including MX. I like that y'all call me MX now, because I never told y'all to call me that. You know what I'm saying? So, at least I know that you guys fall in line. when a nigga put out marketing tactics, it must be working. MX is my network. I actually did that because I was trying to kind of keep it separate from the Michi X, right? But all right, I'll be MX. Thank you very much, right? And he says, facts. Michi acts like a damn 14-year-old on every live. The irony of her calling out the elder. Somebody said it's totally not untrue, it's all true. The modern women on some me type of garbage. I know black women personally that have been married over 3 times. Oh, you mean like Kevin Samuels? Y'all daddy? Y'all daddy dead. Y'all know that, right? And he not coming back. Somebody said, I'm trying to figure out where's the lie though. This sister was Kevin Samuels before he was Kevin Samuels, but y'all ain't listen either, right? Then here comes a dumbass dude. He ugly as fuck, so we know why you did this. It's always the ugly ones. Show y'all faces. I guarantee you, ain't none of y'all motherfuckers fine talking like that. Because see, fine.
Sorry about my delay on stopping that. Okay, this guy is basing that Shahrazad Ali is telling the truth because he knows women have been married 3 times. That has nothing to do with immaturity. Nothing to do with immaturity. That's not a connection. Shoots, I knew grandmothers and great grandmothers who've been married 3 times. It has nothing to do with immaturity. It has to do with, obviously, she has what it takes to attract men to marry her. And y'all could be vague about it. Y'all ain't say she been divorced 3 times. I said she was married 3 times. So far we know her is out.
Thunder has another question. What makes a woman, what role or whatever? There are no roles.
What I know what my role as a man is.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means. But what makes a woman a wife is love. That's what makes her a wife.
But that's not what I'm reading what he's saying. That's
If you love her enough, you'll make her a wife by marrying her. She doesn't have to cook and clean to be. She doesn't have to cook and clean to be a wife. She doesn't have to bend over backwards to be a wife. She doesn't have to do all of these things to be a wife. That's why I said you said roles. What do you mean by roles? There is no one thing that makes her a wife. When you pop the question to her, that love that makes you do that, that's what made her a wife. When you ask a woman to marry you and she accepts, that's what makes her a wife.
okay.
Love.
He asked us to reread the question because he don't think you understand what he said.
I understand the question. Now, listen, there was no one role that. Okay, go ahead, Dan. Read the question.
Oh, okay. I know what my role as a man is: provider, producer, and protect and build for my family. But I'm not sure what my potential wife's role is. Can you give me some of her roles that makes her a wife?
No, I can't because I don't know her, right? And there is no one role that makes a woman a wife. What makes a woman a wife, and that is consistent, right, is when a man loves her enough to marry her.
Yeah.
That's what makes her a wife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
And
When he gets on one knee and proposes and asks her to marry him, he loves her enough to make her his wife. And if she says yes, that is what makes her a wife. Love.
yeah,
There is no one role that makes her, a wife.
yeah, yeah. Now, you think? I think you're trying to think of traditional roles. Growing up, when it
Well, no,
comes
the question kind of sounds like he's baiting the trap. I think he's going to catch a tiger,
mm-hmm.
but then he's going to ultimately say, "What do women bring to the table?"
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and besides, what you think is the qualities in a wife is what you think is qualities of a wife, because that's what you want and need. Each man is an individual. What's fine for one man won't be fine for another. That's why you cannot say a woman got to be this, and this to be wife.
That's
Material.
weird.
Every man is different. Every woman is different.
Yeah, and it's weird for him to ask that, like his potential wife, what her role. What do you mean?
Oh, okay. Maybe that's why he rephrased the question. What qualities make a good wife? And then he says, no, there is no trap.
Well, what qualities? That depend on the man who's courting her. Okay, I can't sit up here and give you one quality that makes a woman a wife. Whatever, when the man is courting her, the things that stick out about her that makes him love her, those are the qualities. I don't know what those qualities are. I know what the qualities were when I got married. Okay, my wife had great qualities. Okay,
Yeah.
so I don't know what qualities make your girl wife. You have to determine that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you court. That's why I recommend courting. Court the woman for a couple of months.
Get to know
Yes,
her.
you're going to spend money. Women cost money. If you don't want to spend money, then get out of the game because it isn't going to change. Okay? Women don't come cheap, especially a wife. A wife is the most expensive. Okay?
And then she brings along another expensive thing, a baby.
hmm So this is why I say Until people start getting it, right? Only strong men should get married. Okay?
Yeah.
You so-called educated lames and dweebs and stuff, you shouldn't be married. You're not strong enough. And Black Republican, with the way you write, you shouldn't call somebody uneducated. Okay? You really should. But anyway,
But he has another
um,
one.
hold on, okay, go ahead.
He now goes, Thunder. I know what I must do. I want a functioning family, and a functioning family can't function if only half the family functioning correctly. Do you get what he's trying to say?
I mean, the question, I mean, come on, really?
That's the purpose of courting, getting to know her, getting to know everything about her. So you know if she's functioning correctly.
If you question yourself, right? If you have all these questions about her, then why are you with her? It's obvious you don't trust her. You sure enough don't know her because you here talking about some shit. You don't know what her role is going to be.
You don't know if she has the.
This is why you court. You find all these things out. Hello? This is why I recommend courting. Courting gives you time to find all of these things out, to find out what you like about.
Okay. It seemed like we kind of lost Max. What should I look for? Should she be loving, compassionate, oop, nurturing, putting family first? Are those a good start? Are those what's important to you? Are those the things that's important to you? Okay, you need to know yourself. Okay, what's this? Hold on. All right. Hello. Yeah. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. Uh huh. Okay. Uh huh. You want to talk to Black Republican or with Black Republican?
Testing 1 2 on my back.
Uh-huh.
Type of one in the chat if you can hear me.
Yes,
In
we
my
can hear
back.
you. But yes, we can hear. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Yes, Black Knight, we're back. We have a phone call. A lady who came in. And she wants to talk to us about what she wants to talk about and answer Black Republican. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah,
Wait, wait,
qualities.
wait, wait,
That's
wait, wait,
something
wait,
that you have to find.
wait, wait. Hold on a second. Okay, wait, hold on. Because y'all both trying to talk. Okay, Max, make it quick. Tell him what he needs to know because I don't know how long she can be on the phone.
Who's on the phone?
Um, it's a guess. I'm sorry, I didn't pick up your name. I thought I heard you say Shara, but I can't be certain I heard you right. Liz?
Okay, let
Oh,
me just be
okay.
real quick.
Liz. Okay, Liz from the chat. Okay.
All right, go ahead. Talk to her. I gotta get off anyway. My phone is dying.
Okay. Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Okay. Let's see. I don't think the passport bros care about what's going on in Mississippi if that laws get passed. And they can correct me if I'm speaking wrong. They don't care about the community whatsoever. They disassociate themselves. They see that as a further reason to go out of the country so they can be with white women, these other non-black women. So it don't matter to them if the Jim Crow laws get turned back. And okay, okay. If the Jim Crow laws get turned back and it becomes illegal for them to mess with these white women who I don't believe is going to cry for them. Uh, um, mhm. Yes, that's exactly Liz. They don't, as I said, they don't really care. They're not really paying attention. They see it's not their problem. Uh, and they don't see that this could be a problem at all. I do plan to look into it because I just found out like yesterday about the laws in Mississippi when I came across this video in TikTok with this girl crying. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. How the heck they bringing the Jim Crow law back? And it makes me nervous because it won't stop with Mississippi. Because there's a lot of laws on the books. There's a lot of laws on the books from Jim Crow slavery area that's still there, that hadn't been gotten rid of, thrown out, taken out of different states' amendments and constitution, states' constitution. And that's how I see how the Jim Crow laws going back. And then with them uh, skewing history, most people think Jim Crow laws just mean a division of the bathrooms and the water fountains, and there be black only hospital, white only hospital, institutional things. That's all that it's gonna be, which sounds to some like a good idea because they don't have to deal with the other people, but they do not understand that Jim Crow laws is an outward showing of institutions that do all kind of the stuff that hinder black folks and stuff like that. That's why when they criticize certain things in the past, that tells me they don't know the history of why these things were done, why black people couldn't do this or that or this or another. So I do want to look into it. So I wanted to find out what laws, how this happened, because aren't they supposed to vote on being able to bring back these certain aspects of the Jim Crow laws? From what I understand, uh, the law is that from what I understand, the law is that certain things that position that used to be voted on now, which with Mississippi having like 80% black um, state, which means there'll be more black people over time. But because they want to change it from a voting these appointed these positions being voted, that they're gonna be appointed by a certain judicial aspect that's white men only, that's taken away the voters' right. And I don't know if that can. I'm wondering if that could. Well, it's been done before because constitutional, they cannot deny a citizen the right to vote on things. But it's a little iffy. That's the bad thing about Jim Crow. There was laws that in effect that that should have protected black people's right to vote, because as citizen of the United States, they had the right to vote. That's why there was all that fighting about whether slave or citizens, and now votes were worth 3/5 and all that other stuff. That they could do that again. And as I said, with the history not being known, how did this go across? Because this had to be voted in. They couldn't just all of a sudden appointed this law. Somebody had to vote it in. And who voted it in? Was it just the representatives in the state? The, Mhm. 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 Hmm. Yeah. 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 That's what we. That's what I was thinking. That was what Michi X was thinking. Michi X called her pick me. I also. Now I could be wrong, but I personally think on the low she hate black women. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. 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 I mean. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Oh no, no. I just wanted to tell you that the chat was saying they can't hear you too well. I maxed out the volume on my end as far as it can go. Um. Mhm. Mhm. Oh, they could probably play it back and raise up the volume on it, but it's possible they trying to quietly say I'm talking too much and then let you talk more. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. The easy access to it. Yeah. The easy access to porn and then porn of non-black. Well, the biggest porns are non-black women. You see more of that than you see, and they believe that's the way women are supposed to be. Hmm. Hmm. And then, mhm, yeah, and then more often than not, when a black woman's getting an abortion, it's because she's getting pressure on by the man, or there's some extenuation circumstances that are making her do that. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. 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 Uh-huh. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Shoot. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No. Well, there's a few passport pros that are married, but I think they went there actually looking for a wife. Quite a few of them are not looking for a wife. Uh, and I think one of them died recently. Um, but he was kind of big for he was a big man, so he probably had some health issues. Um, yeah, there's a few, but a lot of them, those that got married, those that were in the military, they married non-black women. But those that presently going, there's only maybe a few of them that actually got married. And then even then, because of the way they got married, the way they talk, I'm waiting to see how long the so-called married one's gonna last. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be distracted. Thunder had a question. He said, if a black man marry a black woman, but she's also Afro Latina, Afro Asian, Black Caribbean, or African from Africa, is that okay, or is it frowned upon? To me, these are black folks. These are black people. I mean. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. And in my family, there was okay. Most of them were as long as they black, because I do have some family members that married She married a Nigerian, but they have a long standing relationship. Green card. He had his green card before he met her. He became a citizen before he met her. So he didn't need her to become a citizen. So um, um, I do have some family members that married non-black. We didn't disown them, but uh, some of my relatives, as long as they're not white, you know, um, it didn't matter. We have some that have children with these non-black women. So it 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 depends on you and your family. Some of them they don't care. You love who you love. Some of them do, but they put up with the non-black person because they love you, and they take a very close hand on the children that result because they feel that those children are going to be black, especially if they look black, or they have dark skin, because there's no way that woman's going to be able to teach them. And here in Louisiana, we do have some separation, we have racism going on. A lot of it's undercover, but it's there. But mhm, yeah, and that our children can't go around uh uh acting like they white when they never going to be accepted as white. They're never going to be accepted as white. So so that's why the family members kind of take those children in hand. Hmm. 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 Yeah, yeah. So they try to they try to encourage, get you to marry black. Some of them they tell all right. They ain't gonna say they disown you, but they ain't gonna let you know you're not being disowned. My mom told me I better not come with somebody white. Her criteria was mainly they not be white. You know, uh, that was she wasn't going to accept it, but she didn't say she was going to disown me. But I never really been that. I never been tempted, so it didn't apply to me. Um, she personally was engaged to a Nigerian man. So I don't think she has a problem with African men or uh, uh, um, black of the diaspora. And she dated a few Caribbean men, Islander men. I don't know if they were Jamaican, Trinidadian. Although I think one of them, I thought he was Jamaican. Turned out he was Trinidadian. But so my mom personally didn't care about the diaspora. My grandfather was like married a black person in America because these other countries don't know what it's like to be black in America. But he didn't hold it against them. He didn't hold it against you. He just suggests that you do that. Hmm. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Okay.
But it's not my belief. That's how I was raised. But I do want to, like I tell my daughters, try to find you somebody black in America first. If it don't work, by all means, if. But first, get your black man in America because he understands you more than somebody, another person from the African diaspora will understand you. He'll understand what you're going through, and you'll understand him.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I see what I needed to do. I had to kind of share my screen to get your vocals through. Um, don't worry, they're not seeing anything. I just shared it enough so the audio will get through, um, so they can hear you better. But one of them, Thunder says, I have a friend who told some of us, if you want a black woman with traditional values from the U.S., get a black woman who's with the NOI or one who is Hebrew Israelite. Uh oh, so
I mean,
oh, okay.
I, the NOI in a Hebrew Israelite is something new.
Oh, NOI is
It's
another name for Nation of Islam.
a nation of Islam, but then I could give you something even with more values. Like I said, I'm from Louisiana, and they would classify us as Creoles. This I was taught as a child. I was taught how to cook. I was taught how to keep a house. I was taught how to treat a man. I was taught how to decorate a house. I was taught what it takes, how to walk, how to sit, how to talk when I'm in public, how to keep my mouth closed when I'm eating. I was taught different things that they don't teach. And those values, I'm not an argumentative person with a man, and I don't like a man arguing with me. I'm not going to hit you, but you will not hit me. You will not talk down on me, and I will not talk down on you. We will listen, we will exchange conversation. But you will not belittle me, you will not belittle my child. I was always taught to always put money on the side. I was always taught about land ownership. And this is coming from me being raised as a Creole woman. But like I said,
Yeah.
so
Mine's
so I just know the Hebrew Israelites, that's something new that I'm hearing about. And I also know NOI hasn't been around as long as people as Creole. And we've been around since before slavery was abolished.
mm-hmm.
And even before slavery was abolished in Louisiana, you know, a lot of Black people own land. And, you know, the women in my family have been owning land since the 1800s.
Yeah.
So I don't know much about their movement and their religion, and I'm not going to bash it, but for that, I know what I know from being raised. Like I said, as a child, I was raised like this. I wasn't taught this as being an adult. I was raised as a child.
Okay.
So,
Yeah. So now that they got the volume right, they want you to re-go over some of the questions, but I don't know if I can get you to go back that far into some of the questions we asked earlier. But you're right. Some women were taught all those traditional things, and some weren't. Some of them were, or they were taught an aspect, keep house, cook, clean, um, pay the bills because uh, traditionally in our family, the men brought home the money, turn it over to the wife. That's why men look for smart women, educated women. So
yes,
the women were encouraged to get educated as high as they can possibly go. You know, if it was just to finish high school, it was to finish high school. If it was to go to college, it was to go to college, because and the man trusts his wife to take all his money and use it wisely. If he made a mistake in judgment and got the woman who can't do that, that was his fault. It wasn't her fault. It was his fault
mm,
because he didn't do something correctly, that he didn't know that woman could not do that. Had a cousin, an older cousin of mine, male cousin. He told me that his first wife, he was so used to the way he grew up, where the man brings home the money and the wife just give him his I hate to say allowance of it. Sounds like he's a kid, but no, that's just for what he needs. And the rest of it goes to taking care of the family. The wife was in charge
yeah,
inside the house. The husband was charged outside the house. He took care of everything outside. She took up everything inside. He trusted her to pay the bills. The house was in her name because one, she lives longer than him. Two, he wanted her to be taken care of when he was gone. And that meant land and house. Land and house.
yeah.
Or at least
And that's
the
what we was
minimum
taught.
a house. So the house was always
That,
in her name.
and that's what we was taught.
That's what we was taught.
Um, I had an apartment for 2 years. I was raised in no apartment. My grandmother then told me, you need to be going to look at some land. And I said, okay. And I went got a house and some land. And me and my daughter, we're talking about house, land, and she wants to go, after she graduate college, she want to open up her little business on the side. And I say, well, you know what? Since Mama don't work no more, Mama gonna help you. Mama's gonna help you. And now since there's credit and we go to a banker we know. I helped her to get a credit card. Um, she has a credit card of 5,000 up limit, and like I explained to her about her credit, I said I can walk you through that. I don't need nobody because it was taught to me. It was taught to me by my parents and my grandparents and the older women in my family. And it was taught to me about money. Like Hurricane Katrina came down here. And I'm like, if you're from New Orleans, you knew you should have had a rainy day account for hurricanes. Anybody that's from here, we know hurricanes visit us. We know we need to keep a vehicle ready. But a lot of people didn't do that. They didn't have money. And a lot of people don't believe in paying you back. And unfortunately, it was men and women stuck down here with children. But again, like you said, with the land, we're taught to buy land, at least get a lot, or try to find an acre or something in a country, buy something where you can have something to give to the next generation. Because for each generation, we leave land. And every time we buy land, it goes back into a woman's name. Because if a man leave a woman and that woman have children, then that woman need a place to put those children and not be on the street. And also we're taught to look upon ourselves. For like Max, like he was saying, what's the first thing a woman see in a man? Looks of hygiene. Well, I see looks, and then when I get close enough to you, I see your hygiene. And while I'm talking to you, I'm looking at your hands, your nails, your feet, your clothes, your shoes, your hair. I'm looking at your eyes. I'm looking at your teeth. I'm looking to see if you got crust in your ear or mucus in your nose. I'm just looking, and if within a couple minutes, if it don't look right, I'm gone. I don't owe you an explanation. I will leave like a lady. Well, you have a nice day. It was good talking to you. That's all I'm going to say. It was nice meeting you. You have a nice day. Hopefully, I'll talk to you another time.
Okay.
And I'll leave it like that.
Keep a lookout on. I'll probably have a title saying the Mississippi laws and look into it a little more. And you know how it is down south. What's happening, especially for Louisiana, what's happening in Mississippi will eventually affect Louisiana, but it's going to affect all the South because when one of them get away with it, they start trickling down. They all get the same idea.
Yeah,
So
they
we
do. And
gotta
unfortunately,
look into our laws in our state. The states, all the southern states, gonna have to look in the laws in their states because, as I said, there are still those Jim Crow laws, them slave laws are still on the books in these states.
in Louisiana, have a lot of them. They have a lot of them. And if any of your viewers listening, if they live in Louisiana and they want to know, go to Louisiana.gov archives. And if they're close to Baton Rouge, go off of Bluebonnet. That's the archive records department right there. You can find all of the records and laws and anything that was passed that they might not know about. Just going in, just start typing something in, and it'll come up. I make my daughter go research because I want her to read it for herself and not take my word. Don't trust me. Read it for yourself.
Oh, so
But I
don't you
just
have a
wish
question before you go? Okay,
okay.
Thun, hurry up and make your question. Yeah, because he said some nice things. A simple thing that we men can do is take care of our families to get life insurance. This is what Grandpa had, and that's one of the reasons Grandma was able to keep the house. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that is true. It's generational wealth. Life insurance always create wealth.
Mm-hmm.
You get it. You don't get like the 10 or 20,000. You get it like a $500,000. You make sure if there's any children that's there, they can be taken care of. And like he said, the house, anything else, it may be buying other assets, maybe helping when they're coming out of high school or college to get up on their feet and be financially free. I mean, I had a life insurance policy on me before I had my daughter. And when I had my daughter, I doubled it. And when I had my daughter, I went and brought more land because that was for her. That's a gift from me to her.
Okay, his question is, he gotta be from Louisiana. His question is, who's the king of Zydeco? Bozo Chavez or
I don't know.
Clifton
I'm from Zydeco.
Clifton Shaney.
I'm in New Orleans. I don't. Zydeco is like out there in Lafayette, Lake Charles.
Yeah, she's from New Orleans, Thunder.
I don't follow.
Yeah.
Tell me a bounce down here. But I don't even listen to bounce.
Oh, he wants to know, can you make a sauce pecan?
A what?
He wants to know if you know how to make a sauce pecan.
A salty cup.
Oh my goodness, Thunder's from Opelousas.
Because Sunday, he got to come with another name because our language going to be different from Opelousas from New Orleans.
Mm-hmm.
Like what they call rice dressing, we call dirty rice. And what Baton Rouge might call Cajun rice, we call dirty rice.
Yeah, really call it dirty rice?
Yeah, we call it dirty rice.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't give no Cajuns no credit because it wasn't their food. And like they won't call gumbo Cajun gumbo. Well, gumbo is from Africa. So, you know.
I don't know. I think it's because the Cajuns, when they came, they put their take on the gumbo. So
no, they just stole it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you know, back then we didn't have no rights.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know.
I wonder if that's the one with the potato salad in there. I remember being so surprised when I was working at a restaurant and they put a scoop of potato salad in the gumbo. I was like, what the hell are y'all doing?
Oh, well, yeah. Some people don't eat it like that. They'll put potato salad on top of it, on the side of it.
Okay, so he decided to ask this question. Can you make a roux?
Yes, I can.
Shoot. Probably could do it better than me. I tend to buy my roux. My aunt know how to make it. I don't have the patience.
Well, what he want to know, I use butter sometimes, and sometimes I use cooking oil.
Yeah, but
I use flour.
We tend to try to do the dry roux where you just brown the flour in the skillet without any oil or anything.
No, I put oil in there. I use butter. It depends on the taste I'm looking for. Sometimes I use butter, and then sometimes I use cooking oil.
Yeah,
well, but I brown it with the flour until I get it real dark. Because I know when I add water, it's gonna lighten up a little bit. Now, if I'm going for something lighter, I won't add as much. I won't brown it as much.
Okay, Thunder said he's from Opelousas. We have family out that way. I do too. You know. Well, I had family out there. Now I just got 2 cousins moved back to New Orleans since Katrina.
Unfortunately, all my family is right here. I don't have no family. They all within the old Orleans area. I don't have any family nowhere else. This is it. All my family is right here. We literally can ride bicycles to each other's house if we want. But I wouldn't do that with the current crime that's going on down here. No. No. We'll meet at a restaurant. As a matter of fact, what's that, Lynette? Laurel's too. That's in Lafayette. I go out there and they eat. Sometimes me and my daughter drive out there where they have the turkey wings at. We'll drive out there and me and my daughter eat. And sometimes we'll go further. We'll go to Contextualizing. And that's like all the way close to Shreveport. And we want meat pie.
Well, Kashada.
Like by Natchitoches.
Yeah. Kashada is a little closer to where we at. Wait. The Kashada Casino in Kinder? Are we talking about one of the other casinos up north?
No, Coshada, Louisiana. Like by
You
Natchitoches.
talking? Coshada, Louisiana.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. I thought you was talking about.
Sometimes I have to get away from down here.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go crazy if I stay down here too long.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Shoots. Well, it turns out me and Thunder are in the same area. No, Thunder, I'm not telling you exactly where, but let's just say we're in the same parish.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, ask Shunda, do he fix his the same way? His gumbo or his gravy, his roux? Do he fix his the same way?
So yeah, Thunder, how you fix your room? And if he's in Opelousas, there's a good chance he already knows how to make a sauce pecan. A lot of the men there do.
Okay. Yeah. Well, tell him we don't listen to Zadi Kuda. It's not a It's not. It's some people might listen to it if they, but my age group, we really don't listen to it. I like blues. I like jazz.
He's,
That's how I was.
he said, I can't be no more country than Bunky. Ooh,
Oh, oh, don't talk. Bunky.
Bunky.
That's way in the woods.
Yeah. I get lost when I try to go to Bunky.
I ain't even try
So
to go with my daughter.
and in some area, I got lost trying to go to Bunky. Some way somebody told me they sent me through Cottonport. Oh my goodness, that's the worst
That
place to
part.
go. And the sun was almost going down. I was like, oh, I couldn't get out of there fast enough.
No, my daughter had a meeting when she was doing the Explore program with Arcadian Amaranth, and he took them to Bunky, and she cried. She said when they got dark, they had to stay inside. She said they couldn't go outside. It was nothing for them to do. I thought well, that was good. Now you get to see what quietness is. But no, I'm not.
Okay. Okay. Thunder says about the roux that with you with butter if she's a special lady, but everyone else is getting oil. Uh, He said, I do
I
use
use.
butter if she is my lady. So
Mm,
so he used butter for his lady, a special
uh,
lady, and he used oil for everybody else.
tell him. Me and my daughter, we like butter, and he right when it's the Earl. That's for everybody that's on the outside. that's that's shame. We just sit up here telling all our secrets like we don't like people. Tell him make
Um,
sure it's the American Beauty butter now.
oh, well, I gotta get around to doing it. I gotten too lazy because my mom would do it, my aunt would do it. I didn't have the patience enough for it. I just got to do it. And also, like my mom, I couldn't stand the smell. I like the roux when I'm cooking it, but as to cook the roux, to make the roux, I didn't care for the smell of it. Neither did my mom. But she would put up with it to do it because either she didn't want to spend money on roux or too much of the roux had too much oil. Or she's cooking uh, uh, um, with a hen. And last thing you need with hen is an oily roux. Well, that's just us. We tend to like less oil, as little as possible. Sometimes,
Yeah, the butter don't leave a lot of Earl.
hmm hmm
But the cooking Earl, it leaves a lot. It leaves a oily taste, and then you can see the oil like on top of your food. So when you use butter, you don't see that. The butter absorbs into the flour, and it gives the flour and it gives the food a different taste. And especially when you start adding your seasoning, and your spices. Because I grow a lot of spice, and I like my food spicy.
Okay, my French is non-existent, but he's saying the laissez le bon temps rouler.
Let the good time roll.
Yeah.
Je
He
m'appelle
he
Elizabeth.
said if a man is looking for a good woman, look in Louisiana would do.
Yeah, it would do. But you got to find the ones with the right family.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you find the ones with the right family, they're not going to let their name be tarnished. You know, in Louisiana, name is important. Your family name is important.
Yeah.
And if you tarnish it or you bring shame to them, they will disown you.
That's
And
kind of
that's why,
changing nowadays. That's kind of changing nowadays, and it's mainly, that's how it come. They still do it, but it don't have the same meaning as in grandparents and great grandparents' day when they ask who your peoples is and stuff like that.
what, what we still want to know. I want to know. I want to know who your people are, where your people from. I want to know. Because when I know that and I know where your people from and I know who your people is, and if I can't find you, and I can't go put my finger on somebody to talk to them without them knowing me to find out who you are, then you bringing me all kind of red flags. I want to know about you without you tell. I want you to tell me, but I also want to go and stoop around and find out because if you come from a good family, it's going to tell me a lot about you. What kind of person are you? What kind do your family? Will they allow you to do certain things? Was you raised? You know, were you raised with morals? Were you raised with values? You know, um, but if I can't, and you just, oh, then I won't. We don't need to talk. You don't need to come to my family because then you will bring shame upon me with my family, and my family will ostracize me.
Yeah,
My family is very funny,
yeah.
very, very funny.
Those are those strict, very strict families.
Yes,
I
and they
was
will,
beginning to think they weren't around anymore because
huh?
I was beginning to think they weren't around anymore, or that was the older generation, and now the younger generation ain't being as strict as that. But
No,
it
this,
could also hinder a little bit. Um, I think that's parts of some of the reasons. Hey, Dimitri. Oh, okay. Dimitri said that's why I family check everything I say online and I run it through my family and friends. Everything I say has been checked. It makes sense.
yes, you're supposed to,
Mm-hmm.
and you still get up and you do, like you say, family, friends. You still get up and go check for yourself. And if you know anybody with the police department, let them check it too. Because some things, it's not like a long time ago where you can call somebody. If you're on the East Bank, you can call somebody on the West Bank, or you can call somebody in New Orleans, East, or wherever, and you can find out about that person. And because when people move from one area to another area, sometimes that person they might not, just like certain things, certain words we'll sit out here in New Orleans. And certain, when people move down here, they might not they'll identify something as something different. And we automatically know, okay, you haven't been here that long because we don't even use that word. We don't use those words combined like that. Just like if I was to come to Shreveport or Opelousas and I would say certain things, and like when he was asking about the food, and I said I don't know what that is because we don't identify it as that on this part of Louisiana. But if you know how where you're from and who you are in what you are saying, it tells a lot about the person and how can I say it, like the time that you're coming from, like the generation you're born in, or the type of people you might be raised around.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. But also, there's a secondary reason why you also bring your the person among your family, because with men spreading their seed around, there are also other children outside their marriage, before they got married, after they got married, so whole second families, and the older generations was very good, or they kept those secrets, or as my great aunt says, the men don't pay attention to that because they aren't, and they're not thinking of the next generation. They're thinking of the here and now. They ain't thinking about the possibility when these children grow up, they might meet each other and not knowing, connect. um they don't. So the women, you especially brought your significant other around the elderly women, the older women, the matriarchs, the queens, whatever y'all called them, the elders, because they knew the most of how far to stretch, how far the men stretched their seas. They kept up and found out how true these rumors are. This person had a child for this person, because they couldn't tell it, or not to mention there's nothing they could have did back then, especially those that were born in those who were born in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and in the 16s and 10s, in the early 1900s. There wasn't really much they could do, because women didn't have too much of a say. They couldn't divorce the man if he they couldn't leave him necessarily, unless they had a way to make money, and sometimes they just didn't really know about it. But they had to keep their eye on stuff like this. Because one knew or not the other. That's why funerals was always so fascinating to me as the little kid. Because when that person died, all them secrets come out. Now you all of a sudden find out he had a whole nother family in this whole other town down this way, or these children that you played with down the street were actually your half brothers and sisters. Shoot. People have to be careful when they call kids by, because they used to identify by your facial features. Your some you want to get scientific, your phenotype. They can tell who your family was, but they couldn't tell you anything. They couldn't say anything. Not to mention, with so many cousins around, you don't know. And they had people had large families. Shoots. My great grandfather had 19 brothers and sisters. No. Wow. After he had 36 brothers and sisters, he had 19 brothers. Just brothers. 19. So, we tend to kind of be throwback to one of our grandparents. I got some cousins who both parents are short, but they 6 foot tall. They throw back to our great grandfather or our grandfather. I got some cousins that are light skinned who got a child, who's dark skinned who have a light child, and stuff like that. Because we tend to be throwbacks. Or somebody knew a secret they didn't tell him. Because I found out years later when I was grown, my grandfather didn't even know that most of his aunts and uncles weren't technically his aunts and uncle. They weren't related. And no, don't feel sorry that she cheated on him. No, that wasn't what the situation was. You gotta understand that situation back then. No. Don't be thinking, oh, she cheated on her husband. No. First of all, husband knew that wasn't his kids, but he claimed he took care of them. They were his kids too. They had his name. He didn't treat them any differently. At least not that not my great grandfather. He just claimed them out. But he knew what the situation was. that meant his wife got attacked or his wife got used. He couldn't do anything about it. She couldn't do anything about it. They just didn't talk about it, but they knew.
A lot of times back then, a lot of women were raped and they were forced to bear that child. Whether the husband could do anything, a lot of times black men couldn't do nothing about it. And, if their wife or they was raped or their daughter, there was nothing they could do about it. Like I said, my great grandmother was raped in a sugarcane field. That was back in 1912. And she was white passage, and my aunt was raped by an Italian man. I mean, my great grandmother was raped by an Italian man, and she had my great aunt. And my great aunt, when she turned 15, she ran away from home. She said this was out of rape. When I seen her before my grandpa died, and she told my grandpa, she said, we were created out of rape. It was no love. And so that's why I wish sometimes some black men, if they stop going in the past, there was a bed winter. So a lot of black women were raped, and there was no law to protect black women. There was no law. And it was nothing a black man could do. If he even thought about doing something, they was going to kill him. And they was going to, so that's something a black woman went to her grave with. And I overheard my elders talking about it. Back then when you wasn't supposed to listen to grown people's conversation, I overheard it. And that's why I said I don't like how my grandmother and them on my dad's side was doing this, but this happened on my mama's side. But I'm pretty sure it happened on her side too. But some people, I don't know, some people embrace it. But yeah, it was nothing people can do. Whatever happened to the woman, it happened. It was nothing that she can do. There was no abortions going on. It was nothing going on. And if she got caught killing the baby, she went to jail. And even in Louisiana, you go right now on the computer, Louisiana was holding black women and black men in slavery. And when they had a child, they took the black child and they sold it at the age of 10 to send white children to school. You can look that up on your computer right now. So that's why some things we as a people, we need to learn our history and not say everything that we feel out of emotion.
Yeah.
And, if we have children, what happened then, we can't change it. We can't change it. We just got to learn how to embrace each other, love each other, and help each other to grow. And stop beating down on a woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because beating down on a black woman and the black children, when things get bad, you ain't gonna be able to go into that white man daughter. You ain't gonna be able to go into that Asian man daughter. The Asian man, they already beating black women up. They don't have no respect for black men. They don't have no respect. They don't even want you coming in their places unless you got money. The Arab man, they're over there selling black men in slavery. So if we don't learn to love each other and build with each other, who's gonna come for us? Who's gonna help us?
Yeah. Exactly. I think if I can believe the story, I think my family lost land to avoid that. Avoid my on both sides of my I guess you could say on both sides of my mama's family, because I don't know my father. I know his name. That's it. Okay. Um, because both great grandmothers moved into the town that I live in now because they were leaving because there was an attempt on both my great grandmothers. I don't know. She somehow managed to get away. I don't know if she did or she just said that, but they knew it wasn't going to stop. So she managed to get away that time. It wasn't going to stop. Or it might have been the child too. It might have been not just her, it might have been children because my her oldest child is a girl. They didn't care, child, woman, they didn't see no difference. It was female and black, and they wanted to stick it in there. They was gonna take it. So they moved. So they lost land that they had where they were because it was too dangerous for the family right there. They moved. The men either loved their wives enough to up and move, they knew it was going to be dangerous for the family because eventually, if both of them were able to get away, that meant they put up a fight. There's only so long she's going to be able to fight. And either there's going to be a threat put to the whole family, or he was going to him. And then that way she'd be completely defenseless. So they moved. They just took everything and moved. I found this out years later from a cousin who's doing family history. And she said, "Did you know?" I said, "No, I didn't know. You know, they didn't talk about how you got your mama to talk. Your grandmother to talk about it." And we was talking about our great grandmother. But the oldest child knew on both sides. The oldest child knew, but we think her grandmother might have seen something because when she died, she had a little dementia. She reverted to a child, and she was crying for somebody to help her, but she wasn't able to tell us who her was and why did they hurt her. And that was some of her last words. They didn't know who her was that she was crying for help for her, and what type of hurt that was done, because she's asked why did they hurt her. But because of the story we knew about why our great grandparents moved to the town I grew up in, we wonder if it actually did happen and if she witnessed it hiding, and I guess she couldn't say anything, and it came up again when she was about to pass.
That could be true because a lot of old people, when they die, they start saying things, or they start revealing things. Oh, yeah, a lot of people, they start saying things that is out of character, and like some of the land my family owned back March 5th, 1853. Texas, Louisiana, New Orleans Railroad came through and said they wanted to buy some land. They said they purchased the land, but to be honest with you, they found my great uncle tied on a log, shot and left in the Mississippi River, and that was just trying to protect. And the railroad still had this land 170 years later, and that's just one piece of land. We done lost a couple of different pieces, but as we lose it, we gain it. But whatever your grandmother experienced, no child should never experience it. And that's why we need to protect each other. And we need to learn how to help each other and heal each other instead of bashing each other and doing these people dirty work and hurting each other. Because we're not going to get nowhere at that rate. We're going to forever be stuck.
Yeah, we need to get our priorities straight. Yes. Look, there was a lot of boys taken advantage by older white women. In fact, I wish I had paid attention when I was a kid. I came across a book of a poem that was written by a black slave. He used to be working the house. According to the poem, he was taken advantage of, threatened by the mistress of the house. She
Mm.
threatened him to do it and then threatened him to keep quiet about it, but she kept calling him, and he dreaded every time certain things were asked for. That meant he had to go, and he was in constant fear.
You know that's isn't that like um all these Karens calling the police today? How they call the police on a black man and they know he's in fear? Don't think they don't know what they're doing. And that's why, like I said, I wish they would wake up because what they're doing is a repeat of history. And nobody should have to be afraid. And I'm not trying to be mean when I say this, but I do not forgive them, Miss Francie. I do not forgive what they did my people. I do not. When I go and I read archive records and I would sit down and listen to my great grandpa was born 1880 and he died 1990. I was a woman at the time. And my grandpa would tell us things that happened. And I, even to this day, I cry because I remember looking in his eyes and seeing defeat as a black man. And there was nothing he can do. There was, you got to walk in the mud to let a white woman pass. Put your head down. If you looked at a white man, he said reckless eyeball, and that could cost you your life. And these laws are still on the book. Reckless eyeballing, spitting on the sidewalk. They're still on the books. And one of my grandfathers was coming back through Mississippi, and like you said earlier, um, no matter which shade of black you are, you you could be light skinned. You're not gonna be white. My grandfather was coming back after World War II, coming through Mississippi. He was in a military uniform. He was beat, hung, but he lived. But he had seizures until he died. And it was him having a seizure where he suffocated and died. No matter how light his skin was, he was still a nigger. And that's the only thing I want the passport bros to understand. You can run, but you can't hide from racism. You can dog black women and black children, but you can't dog a global racist society that's waiting. And like I was telling you and your subscribers, how I was raised. Now, if I was raised to be like that, how were they raised? And I haven't even really went into the full detail on how a lot of us were raised down here in New Orleans. And I'm talking about like if your family been from here, how you was trained, how you was taught, behind closed doors. This was nothing in the open. This was behind closed door stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And if they screaming about these white women calling, what are you gonna do when they really go back in the full Klans mode? All these Asians, because everybody wants to take a part of even like the Arabs, they're out here buying black people property. The Hispanics, they illegal and they buying black people out of their own neighborhood. They can self-identify, and that's why I'm like, New Orleans is always a predominantly black city. Why is a black man, you couldn't marry a black woman and y'all buy extra houses and put your family in there? One income is not going to do it. You need two to be able to get a break and to move ahead. You can't have one income and you think you're going to be able to see progress, or like progress if you're making a lot of money. But if you're not making that kind of money, you're not going to see that kind of progress. Why not, build? You got a child, work it out, man. Work it out. You don't have to work it out with somebody else. It's going to be hard, of course. Work it out. Raise your child, because look how these police beating the brakes off of them. And like I said, I almost call the name of the hospital I worked at. But when these police used to beat the crap out of these children, especially in Angola prison, oh my, the way they do some of them, and in OPP New Orleans Parish prison, the way they do a lot of them, I wouldn't want a dog to be in them. They need to raise your children, regardless of what find a way to work it out with them. Find a way. If you don't like what she's doing, find a way. Look, I want to work it out. I need you to change. It's about yourself. Find out what you're doing that's not becoming of a man. Change that. Y'all supposed to tell her to change. But leaving your children to society that you know is already waiting out there, is eating them alive. The millennials and the Gen Zs. I mean, my generation, we deal with stuff, but when you look at the gray hair and the age, I mean, yeah, some of us deal with it, but a lot of us don't. But the younger generation are catching hell. Raise your children, stick in there, raise them. Stop listening to some of these passports or these black women that like Shahrazad Ali, that you don't know their true agenda. Raise your children. Look at where their children are at. Where they women at? Where her husband at? She never showed a picture of her husband. She never told you what her husband do. What she own? How did she get it? What is her finance? How to build credit? How do you buy land? She never walked. No, they're not walking you through the steps on how to obtain financial freedom or how to obtain different things, or how to become a young woman or how to become a young man. I'm more of a face-to-face person. If I'm helping you, that's just me, and that's how I was raised. But she likes to talk openly. Then tell them, give them an example. Work with somebody one-on-one and show them this how you do it. Show them how to remove the tattoos. Show them how to wear their hair. Show them how a lady's supposed to chew, how not to chew, when to talk, when not to talk, what things to say, what things not to say, what's appropriate, what's not appropriate. It's a decorum to everything.
Yeah. I don't know about all her books, but it seems like all her books are telling black men how to understand the black woman, or how to be a black man. It never says, okay, this is how to be a wife, or do this, do that, do this. She's always seemed to be
The black
tearing
woman
down the black woman, and saying that she needs to be submissive. She needs to keep her mouth closed, cover up, not wear so much makeup, use the natural hair. And I'm like, wait a minute. First of all, I don't know jack about your husband. So isn't he supposed to be out front according to tradition or the NOI? What does he do? Why are you out selling these books and stuff like that? Or if they are really supposed to help, why don't you just give them away? Why are you selling?
That's what she should be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And why is she not in her local area? Regardless if they're not an NOI member, why don't she rent a hall and say we're going to have young women from 13 to 25 to come on in as ladies' day or young ladies' day, teenage day, and it's etiquette. Have some tables set up, fine dining, and have like different young men from her organization, NOI, because they claim that they're young, respectable men, and have them come up there and show them how a man's supposed to hold a woman, how a man's supposed to escort a woman when walking with her, how he's supposed to talk to her, and how she's not supposed to talk to different. And then let the older ones show them by example. I mean, my parents been married over 60 something years. I mean, I had, and my grandparents and my aunts and uncles and my cousins and all that, I had, and, I've been married, and my sisters, and unfortunately, they're widows too. But, why not put it out there? Why not teach the young men? Why not teach them? I remember when my nephew didn't know how to, when his daddy died, and my daddy would teach. He said, "Papa, you're too old. When you born back in the 30s," and my daddy would tell him, "Get in, let me show you how to shave. Let me show you clean up under your arms. Let me see your fingernails." And my daddy would cut him and, get in there and explain to him what he's doing. When he go put on something wrong, my daddy tell him, "Turn around, look in that mirror. Tell him what you see." And my daddy tell him, "Turn all the way around, look." And my daddy make him smell his, put his hand over his mouth, blow his breath. Get a Q-tip, check his ear, scratch his head, see if flakes coming out of it. Smell your clothes. How your clothes smell? Why you don't have any cologne on? How much money you got in your wallet? And $5 is not for a young teenage man. You should have more than that, because you might have to call a cab, a bus. You might get hungry. You might see a young lady you're interested in. You might want to give, buy something for her to eat as well as yourself. No, you might can't do much, but and then it's the same thing with a woman. A young woman should always keep money in her purse. You shouldn't be wearing revealing clothes or clothes that's allowing your flesh to jiggle or move. If you very promiscuous and you got loose flesh, wear a girdle or panty liner. If you got sagging boobs to be young, get a support bra. If your hair is falling out, then cut it short. And if you got acne, there's things that you can do to treat acne. Maybe it might not work on your face, and you just have to keep trying, the oatmeal and witch hazel treatments and different things or whatever might, work for your DNA or your type of skin. But there's things, and just like if somebody just tell them, like, when you get home from school, if you don't, let me get in here and show you how to put a pot of red beans and rice on. Let's get in here and fry some chicken. I'm gonna show you how to make some smothered chicken gumbo. Let's get on the grill. Let's do some barbecue. Let's make shrimp etouffee, crawfish etouffee. Let's get in here and do some make some bread and do some garlic cheese bread. Let's get in here and grow a garden. Or get some flaxseed and make some linen. Where you can make your own clothes. It's so many different things that she could be doing that she's not doing, instead of running a campaign on bashing Black women, young Black women. She's not bashing the older Black women because she couldn't talk to older Black women. Because I wouldn't want to hear nothing she got to say because she couldn't tell me nothing. Because in my eyes, like, she's not even a woman. She's just a bully. Because if she was a mentor or somebody that see a need, go and fill it. Don't bash nobody. I'm talking too much for you. Yeah.
Yeah. But what she is she's talking to Black men. It always tripped me out how she seemed to be somewhat out of order for NOI, Nation of Islam. She's out of order for Hebrew Israelite, and a part of the conscious community that she seemed to hang around is the Black women is God. Well, Black woman was God, because I don't know if they believe that, because they seem to be tainted with the Black woman is God complex. But she seemed to be busy telling Black men a lot of stuff instead of concentrate, which according to the Nation of Islam, her lane is to be teaching the young women and children. You're not supposed to be teaching black men, black boys maybe, but not black men, not even black young men, you know, like 18-year-old, which are still at the cups of both adulthood and children. Um, she's supposed to be, but as you said, she is too busy uh, uh, bashing black women. Yeah, she is trying to talk to the older ones, but you know, as she gets older, her age level gets a little higher, you know. But main thing with this is more like she's pandering to the men, giving them her okay. Yes, you're right, and yes, the average woman is immature. She's stuck at 14, so you have the right to treat her like a child. Don't treat her like a partner. She wouldn't know what to do with it. She wouldn't accept it. She'll fight you. Oh my goodness.
But you see what she's doing, she's liable for harm that she's speaking out of her mouth to happen to young black women. You're liable. You're saying it's okay. And what she knows is a lot of men, they mature. They're 10 years behind women. That's all men, regardless to your race. They're behind. And they can ask any doctor. Like, when women turn 18, their growth spurt, everything with them is like their body is finished developing. But a man has to 21 or 22 before he's fully developed as a man. But in mental wise, maturity, and some men, it's not there. Some men are still playing. Some men still act like children. And whether they have the age and the body, but some of them still act like children. Yeah, and some little girls or young women, they might have, and back in our time, we had to handle things, and we had to start preparing ourselves, and to if we was going to get married or have suitors looking to marry us, because there was only so much the parents can do. But today is something totally different, and that's something that she should have been addressed with, about, you know, home ownership, credit, buying land, not cars, not tattoos, not jewelry, turning off the reality TV, ignoring the rappers, because the rappers are not going to give you no money. They're not going to give you nothing. As a matter of fact, they got a contract with these Jewish people. They got a well, y'all know how that goes, but they got to do a dance for them. But talk to them, tell them the truth. Tell them how to music the prison, and then they see people like myself and other people I know in a hospital. Tell them how that goes. Tell them, explain us the change of how it works. Call the little boys and the little girls and give them a jump start while they bring and sponge up so much information on science and math, history, different things on cultivating land, owning land, understanding finances, understanding, engineering problems, how to build different things if she know how to do it. I'm not an engineer, but just give them that. The NOI speakers and all the people they're supposed to have in there. Somebody should have something where they can say, what do you want to be? Well, this is what you want. This is who we're going to see with to work on your dreams on becoming this. And if you want to be a housewife, we're going to show you this is what you need to do. This is everything you do to maintain your husband, to maintain your home, to maintain you have food in the house, how you create a healthy diet, But it's not talking about none of that. And it hurts to hear another black woman sit up there and all that she do is scorn young black women that's already being scorned by people every day just for being loud or, you know, and sometimes when people do things like that, whether they young black men or women, sometimes they're looking for attention. And sometimes they don't know how to go about doing it. But as older black adults, we should be sure that that's not how you go about getting what you're doing is you're painting a target on yourself for people to label you or use propaganda against you. But I'm never, the couple of times I heard her speak, I just get angry because what she's saying is nothing but a bunch of hot shit. It's nothing but to get money for her books. It's for nothing but to keep her wedge getting bigger. And you know something else I want to tell you, Miss Frankie? I wonder what some of these black people adopted by racists. You know, like when the foster care during the epidemic, child protection was taking a lot of children out of the home. I wonder was a lot of them adopted because a lot of them have so much hate, and some of them don't even know what a hate. You know, I know some of the mothers was on drugs, but then you got to blame the fathers too. But then you got to understand the water was against your people. How did the crack get in your area? Who put it in there? Just don't hate your people. Sometimes look, because we don't own an airplane. We don't own a trucking company. We don't own no trains. We don't own no ships. And if our people did get it in here, they would be in jail. I mean, they need to do their history before throwing every black person under the bus. They really do.
Yeah. Well, it seemed like Thunder's correcting me. It seems like she wrote other books. Black Woman's Guide to Understanding Black Men. She also had books called How to Tell If Your Man is Gay or Bisexual. Why is no one talking about these books? They're only talking about the one about Black woman. I'm starting to think that black men don't matter.
Black men do matter. They matter. All of us matter to each other. Black men matter. They matter. It's just we as a black woman just need them to see you matter, and black women need y'all. We need y'all to wake up. We need y'all to wake up and I mean, black women never abandoned y'all. Like I said, when I worked in surgery, I seen black mothers, sisters, friends, you know, the community, black women coming out. When I worked in a hospital, I didn't see not one black friend unless they dropped him off to the hospital and pulled off and left him there. That was the closest we were going to see a black male friend. And it's very seldom, like if it's a brother or something, you might come to, but it's not like it was like during our parents' time where you would have the men come up in their shade, the men take care of them, like, you know, give them a bath or something like that. They don't do that no more. I haven't seen it. But to put the black woman down, I mean, she needs to stop. Really need to stop. It's with her being the age she is, she should have solutions. She shouldn't be standing the fire. She ought to have solutions. And I wish black men see that. She don't have any solutions. She's just selling a book, fanning a fire, but there's no solution. She's not giving a black woman solutions, and she's not giving a black man solutions. She's with her all the books she's selling. Is there any kind of scholarship fund, or did she set up any kind of fund to help get black men out of when the police harass them and put them in jail? And in that book money she have to retain a lawyer? No, she don't say nothing about that. And that's another thing black people need to look into is retaining an attorney. Having an attorney on standby or prepaid if something happens. You won't have to have your family going to the bail farm and putting your house or whatever little stuff they got up to get out of trouble. And black men start working together and buying the land in your community. It only takes 10 of y'all $500 a month. Put it up. You help put up that your family in one house. The next, when that house is paid off, help put the next black man, his family, a house. Encourage marriage. Encourage home ownership. And like that, you know, it's going in your community with black women. And reality TV won't be shaping a black woman. You'll be shaping your own woman. But then you gotta do it right. You can't see what they do, the rappers and the football players and the basketball players, because they selling a fake reality also. They making money. It's about making money for you. But in the real world, you're stuck with this. And that's why in my house, I might look at certain people on YouTube, and after that, I don't even have a TV in my bedroom. Because looking at the NBA, the NAACP, or hip hop Hollywood, they're not paying me to look at them. So that's why I'm not looking at them. And that's something our people need to understand too. If they're not paying you, why look at them? If they're not doing nothing directly to help your age bracket of men or women, why look at them? I don't need to sit Cardi B, speaking Ebonics, ratchetness. I don't speak good English when I don't want to. Being from down here, you know, I don't speak good English. I'm going to be honest with you. I have to take my time and talk for you to understand me. But
is it okay? Okay, Thunder is saying, Thunder is saying, no one speaks up for us when we're attacked, but when black women is shown a negative light, everyone comes running. The only time a black man is acknowledged is when he does something wrong. We need and want encouragement. This will go a long way with some of us. This may be why some black men are leaving.
well, Thunder, I do get black men encouragement, and maybe it's those of. I mean, if you look at foot online, you're not gonna find it online. But when you come to around the 50 plus crowd, we will give you. We will. I myself, I will walk in and show you. I will walk with you. I won't let your hand go. I will walk with you all the way until you're able to walk on your own. And I did it for my daughter. I did it for many friends. I did it for many other people. I've been doing it since I was in my 20s. When I first buying children that I didn't even have school clothes, school supplies, Easter candy, Christmas toys, and Christmas stuff. I didn't have no children. And when I had my daughter, I still took on those responsibilities. And as they got older, and when I would say, "What are you doing? Are you going to college?" Well, they say, "Yes, I'm going to college." Well, come back over here and see me. I got something for you. And I give them an envelope with money in it. This is for your books. Come back and tell me what else you need. There wasn't no strain on my pocket. So they say I needed money, for whatever, I would give it to them. I never asked for it back. I don't want it. I don't think I want you to do better than me. Do better. And if somebody needs some help, he trying to. I mean, I can't tell him about young women. I mean, how to. But I can do if he want credit or home ownership or stuff like that. We would love to talk. If you want me to drive to Appaloosa, I'll drive. I will drive. And if you want to do a live show, I'll find some friends of mine. If you want to talk about the criminal justice system, I'll put my aunt on the phone. If you want to talk to a policeman, I know one policeman. He's supposed to be coming over here in a couple of minutes to walk my dog. And if you want to talk to nurses and doctors, or you want to talk to social workers, my sister's a social worker. She was in the army. You want to talk? Whatever, we can talk about it. I don't have a problem with talking. I don't have a problem with going to get the information and bringing it back. If I don't know, I will get the information and bring it back. I don't have a problem with that. You don't have to leave, but if that's what your heart leads you to do, by all means, then follow your heart. But I'm just saying that Black women do love Black men. And I'm pretty sure Black men love Black women. But somewhere in the midst of it all, we been played a fool. And we both continue to be played a fool, or some of us.
Okay. Okay. Well, Thunder. Actually, Black women do speak up when Black men are being attacked, but there are so many Black men being attacked. It's like we can't cover all of them. I heard there was a shooting going on in my own town, and 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 at the same time there was shootings going on all over other places. Um, and we hear about it. We respond to the ones we can, but you gotta understand. Y'all the men, y'all the leaders, y'all the warriors, y'all the soldiers, and y'all are the target because of that. Because as a people, we're hated, we envied, and to get to annihilate us as a people, they got to get rid of the men, because normally the men are the warriors, the men are the leaders, the men are the soldiers, and once they're eliminated, the women and children are helpless. They vulnerable. So yes, y'all gonna be attacked, and be attacked a lot. You're gonna be attacked from both ends. Y'all, that's why men got to be stronger. Men got to step up. They gotta have the control, because they are the leaders. So when y'all keep concentrating on us, y'all being distracted from what y'all supposed to be concentrating on. Okay, there are certain things that women do you don't like. You don't associate with them women. You don't get involved with those women. You don't marry those women. And they will learn. Nobody's forcing you to deal with these women. Nobody's saying you have to deal with fat women if you don't want to mess with fat women. Nobody said you have to mess with dark women if you don't want to mess with dark women, light women if you don't want to deal with it. Just don't talk about it and stuff like that, because you messing with it. You deliberately provoking women. Okay, if she's not in good health, if she is too slutty in her dress, slutty in her ways, then you know that's the woman you do not want. You don't mess with her. You move on. Find a woman that fits the criteria that you like in a woman. Don't let your private parts dictate which woman you get involved with, mess with. And don't think because you're thinking I'm just having a fling, it's just sex, that you're not involving yourself with these women. You're leaving yourself open to be permanently attached to these women through a child, whether you acknowledge that child or not. You're permanently attached to that. Okay, I'm sorry, I got sidetracked for a second. Sorry, let me pull back to what you were saying. Yes, You are tired. You got to be stronger and more control, self-control. You got to work on the on yourselves, because you cannot dictate to other people if you're not following and doing the things that you need to be doing. You cannot demand submission if you're not leading, or you're not showing that you're worthy of being submitted to. In fact, that thing about women being submit, she's only supposed to submit to her husband. So if you're not married to her, she don't have to submit to you. If you just her man, her boyfriend, the guy down the street, if you ain't her father or her husband, she don't have to submit to you. And do you really want a woman that submits to any man?
Oh, indeed.
Okay. I got sidetracked again. I gotta pull myself back. Okay. And I know you guys hate when we women keep telling y'all, I need to be leaders, y'all need to do this. We're telling you what to do. It's because you keep targeting us. You keep blaming us for things. And we keep reminding you, we have to keep reminding you are the leader. You are in charge. You saying we're keeping y'all from being in charge. Then you're saying you're not the leader. And every time you look for us to do things, you're telling us we're the leaders and we got to move first before you move. That means you're following us. We're not supposed to be the leader. We're supposed to be on the side of you. You're supposed to be the leader. We're supposed to be following alongside. We're not supposed to, we don't necessarily have to be behind you unless we having your back. When we back to back to you and we covering your back so you can concentrate on what's in front of you. And we can concentrate on what's behind you. That's the only time women are supposed to be behind you. If she's covering your back. And she got to be back to back to you. She got to trust that you got and can handle everything that's in front of you while she's against your back handling everything that's behind and in front of her. You got to trust each other. But you got to initiate the trust first because you're the leader. This is what you want. You do what you want. If you want trust, you got to give trust. You want love, you got to give love. If you want cooperation, you got to give cooperation. Duh. I'm sorry. But yes. And if you said you need encouragement, you got to give encouragement. So if all women are hearing is you tearing down her, saying what she's at fault for this, she's at fault for that, she's at fault for this, she's gonna give you back what you giving her. She's gonna tell you, you at fault for this, you at fault for that, you at fault for this. So you want encouragement, you gotta give encouragement. If the woman that you with, you giving her the encouragement, she ain't giving it to you back, then that means she ain't the woman for you, and you need to break away from her and move along. But do not start making every woman the same as the one you had trouble with. That is not fair and it's not true. Each woman is different. If you keep running into the same thing over and over and over and over and over and again, then either is one or two things. Something you need to work on that keeps attracting it, or you need to get into another environment. Maybe you need to move out of your town and go into another town. And maybe you might find a different set of Black women there that meet your criteria. But more than likely, because you carry you everywhere, you better first start on yourself. Because if you take the problem with you to another place, it's gonna follow you to this other place. You're gonna meet the same type of woman, except she's gonna be less familiar because you're in a new environment and you're not that familiar with that environment yet. You hadn't acclimated to that environment yet. Okay, let's see. It would be nice to have more Black women speaking words of love and encouragement. Yes, it would. Even in the boxing match, a boxer sits in his corner and they give him encouragement to get back out there and fight. Okay. All right. So what does her encouragement sound to you? Because her encouragement might be, okay, you got this, you can handle it. Go there and beat the crap out of him. Don't let him back in the corner. Show him the kind of man you are. What if her encouragement is like that? Or what if her encouragement like, I can't believe you let that weak ass punk you out like that. You are better than that. Get out there and beat the crap out of him. What if her encouragement is to curse you out until you so mad you go out and swing and take your anger and swing it out towards him? And then once you come back from beating the crap out of him, she's like, oh, babe, I knew you had this. I didn't mean, I was just saying that to get you riled up because I know once you was pissed off, you was going to annihilate him. You got to know what type of woman and how her encouragement is encouragement. So one woman encouragement may seem like she's abusing you and beating the crap out of you and tearing you down. And another one might be saying the most loveliest thing in the world, or it could be reversed. She could be saying all that sweet nothing and all those sweet things of encouragement, but she don't really think you have it. And as soon as you get knocked out, she's moving on to the next person. She's moving on to maybe the guy that beat you up. I don't know, but you need to find out what's encouragement with you and find the woman who give you that type of encouragement. But if you're talking about the Black community as a whole, you want encouragement from, yes, that would be nice. But we so different. There's encouragement in all types of ways. And some of it don't seem to be encouragement at all. More often than not, sometimes it seems like your community is beating you up or taking you for granted. But they know when you're not there. They feel it when you're not there. I won't find a nice woman down there in the thickets in Louisiana. You're already down there in the thickets, man. You don't have to go there. Uh-oh. Lizzie left. I am so sorry. I guess I took over the conversation. Okay, let me close that off. Okay. But she's been trying to go for quite a bit. Sorry about that. She slid when I made the comments. Damn, not most Black men like most men won't fit. Feminine, friendly, cooperative, childless, single, beautiful, inspirational. Most of you Black women can't even meet half of it. How come we date out? We don't have these problems. Okay, it's a case of you're not acclimated to your environment. She is saying those sweet things to you. You're not having those problems because, one, you're a new person. Two, she don't know how you react. And three, you're probably paying her money. But hey, if you're not paying money and she's still talking to you like that, let's see how a year go by. See if she's still sweet, still treating you like a king. Or this might be something she wants. Maybe she wants to get out of her country. Just like you wanted to get out of yours. Maybe she wanted to get out of hers. If you're lucky, that'll work out perfectly. You take her back to your country and y'all be happy together. Or maybe once she's out into your country and she gets a green card, she disappears. Mm-hmm. It could go either way. But a lot of time, you're meeting her representative. You're not meeting the real her. Live out there for a year and deal with her for that entire year. Get to know her and her family. Find out how she really like. Find out if her family is just her parents, her siblings, and nieces and nephews, or is her family her husband, her children, and her parents. Yeah. Find out if she honestly feel that for you, feel like that for you, because she thinks that's what'll make you happy and stuff like that. It's kind of like also the honeymoon stages. It's the representative of the first dates and stuff like that. Yeah, you find Black women that are like that too. But if that's not who they are, it's not going to stay. And you need to find out if, when you're not there, is she treating the next guy like a king? Do you want to be one of a million kings, or do you want to be the one and only king? Because there's plenty of videos out there, passport bros crying because, oh, it's real. They treat you like kings and stuff like that. They don't know the language. And she's saying all kind of sweet things. He thinks of sweet things while he's sexing her up. And then while he's trying to call and brag and do his live, she's in the next room sleeping with his buddy who came with him. And she's saying almost similar things. And then when he finally puts his translator on to find out what she's saying, she's telling this guy how he's much bigger than him. Or that he really knows how to turn her on. Or she's saying the exact same thing she's telling him, like any other lady of the evening. So, hey, all I'm saying, you passport bros, y'all want to go, stop telling your business because it's dangerous for you. Stop bragging about your money or how much it don't cost that much over there. Just go, get to know the country, get to know the people. Take your time. You passport bros, you can go there several times a year. Be a tourist in the country. Go there the first time and get to know the country. Find out the custom. Find out how you can live there, which requirements you need to live there. Visit the United States Embassy and find out things from over there. Don't talk to a few people. Most of these countries, the people are friendly. You talk, they'll ask, but they'll ask some stupid questions about will they sex you up and how soon, and they can get you in bed. You can get them in bed, and stupid questions like that. Talk about yourself. Encourage her to talk about herself. Learn the freaking language, please. And find one that speaks English until you learn the language. In fact, spend time trying to learn the language. Tutor. Find out if there's a tutoring system. If you go into the Philippines as a second language. Taiwan, Thailand, Taiwanese as a second language. Laotian as a second language. Portugal as a second language. Learn the language, learn the culture. Oh my goodness. Find out what areas you should not be going to. Yeah. Because there are bad situations. A lot of these places, these cities that the passport bros are going to, they are known for their sex tourism. If they could tell by what city you say to know that you're there for sex tourism, for the prostitution. Don't go to those places. Go to another tourist place that has nothing to do with that. Do some calling around. Talk to some people. Talk to some people in the military that lived in them areas. They could tell you, hey, if you go to this area, that's where all the crimes are. Don't go to those areas, or unless that's what you want, prostitute. But you better be careful because there's some crime over there. Or go to the tourists where there's family tourism, is learning about all the culture and all that stuff for the thing. Oh my goodness. And I repeat, stop telling your business. If you're gonna go, go. You don't need to tell me. You don't need to tell anybody. You don't even need to tell other passport bros. Stop going over there recording. That's how so many of y'all get killed. Because you're in the criminal elements and they think you recording. They're trying to kill you off as a witness to some possible crime they're doing. Cut that crap out. And there are some countries, if you record people showing their faces without their permission, they can sue you. Shoot, there are some countries where the men in the country, if you got their woman, their sister, their mother, their auntie, any female relative of theirs on that videotape, and you upload that sucker to social media where they see, they're gonna kill you as a matter to return that female relative honor, because they see that you disrespected her. Cut that crap out. Stop it. Find out what's okay in those countries and stuff like that. Oh man, use some common sense. The same things you would not do in a foreign city, United States, you don't do in a foreign country, United States. You would not be flashing your money in a foreign city in the United States because you don't know if it's crime written. You don't want your stuff being stolen. You don't want to be jacked. You don't want to be attacked. Duh. Social media, even though these are so-called third world countries, they do have access to the internet. And if they happen to be watching that and they see you like, ooh, he got money. Look at all that money he's flashing. I can live off a year off of that money he's flashing. He's a rich American. He ain't gonna miss it. And next thing you know, you're being robbed. Yeah, that ain't working. Because I ain't seen any evidence of them linking with other passport bros. All I see is passport bros out on their own. They may happen to run into a passport bro or an expat in a club or something like that. But they're not really linking. That guy that got stranded. Yeah, I know y'all claim he's not a passport bro, but he's a passport. And there's been many passport bros that have been stranded. His is the most recent one that came across on video. You know there was passport bros in his area, right? You know the guy that he called his buddy or so-called helping him get around Brazil was in the area, right? The so-called female friend who's from the United States has been helping passport bros in the DR was in the area, right? Were they helping them out? Mm-mm. Passport bro said, "Oh, I can't get down there. It'll be too late, or I don't have the money to get to you." Austin Hollister is with a woman exactly like what he don't want. Just because she's Filipina, I think she's Filipina. Is that that's the one in Philippines? Or was she Taiwanese? Oh, well, anyway, I think Filipina. She's exactly like what he don't like. Well, what he claimed he don't like. As far as I've seen, one, she far from submissive. She don't cook, she don't clean, or if she's cleaning, he ain't showing her cleaning. She's spending up all his money. They go shopping, they go out to eat. Let me see. She put her hands all in his face. She rolls her eyes at him. If she catch attitude, she hits him. So good luck with him over there. Enjoy. You got your non-black woman. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said modern women. Or maybe it's not black women. Maybe it's modern women. Okay. She's from a so-called third world country. She's not a modern woman and she's acting like that. She's a traditional Filipino woman. Oh my God. Oh my God. Their idea of a traditional woman is so different from y'all's. Yeah, Demetrius, his Filipino traditional submissive woman is a classic abusive woman. The only reason why he said, and he actually said it, foo-foo, he said if it wasn't for her friends there, he would have hit her for hitting on him. So this ain't her first rodeo. She's smart enough to have friends with her because she knows exactly what type of guys you passport bros are. Or maybe that's not her friends. Maybe they're her pimps. Because I saw the one picture of her friend, and I'm thinking, why is your female friend dressed like a pimp? Is that her bodyguard pimp? You know, pimp's original job was to protect the prostitute from the John, right? That's what the original job was. He was supposed to procure the woman for the man, and he was supposed to protect the woman from the man in case he got abusive. But hey, so he must not have been her first passport bro. So she made sure she had friends, that she wasn't alone with him. Or maybe she's a traditional Filipina that when you take her out, you take her family out. Has he met her father, her mother, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews? Has she met any of their cousins? Has he met any of her people yet? Okay, because if I understand more traditional Filipinos, the let me see what they call them, the diamonds of the Filipino women. Now, I'm not saying all Filipino women are prostitutes, but just in every country there are prostitutes. In fact, I think the way some of these Asian countries, they center all the prostitution to one area. That's how we know that when you passport bros say y'all going to such and such area, y'all going for sex tourism. Y'all not there to live out there, to find a traditional woman, to marry and stuff like that. No. Because you wouldn't have been able to just take her out like that. You would have been taking out her whole freaking family. Yeah, dad, mother, if they let you go that far. If they let you go that far as to take her out, you will have days, weeks, months of you constantly going to her people's house and sit down with her mother, father, uncle, grandfather, grandmother, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephew, all eyeballing you and asking you questions about what kind of money you make, what's your job, do you have property, are you living here, are you living in America, you know, you know, if you marry my daughter, if I allow you to marry, emphasize, if I allow you to marry my daughter, will you be taking her to the United States? If you do you understand that her family is going to be coming with her? We're going to start off with her brother, and then we're going to move on to the rest of the family. You do understand? Or if you staying, okay, what kind of business are you going to do to earn money to take care of my daughter and any children that you may have? And if you don't come correct, you ain't getting there. So, dudes, I may not. Oh yeah, that's right. On the red light district, where the Philippines and Thai women are fighting back. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Oh, you mean fighting black against black women? No, no, no. They had dealt with some of y'all, and they on the black women's side. I'm sorry, they changed their mind. They actually apologized to black women, saying that we didn't really understand. We misspoke. Or one of the famous Filipinos, she admitted that she was paid by the passport bro to say those things. Or she said those things because she's supposed to be doing an app and her customers wanted her to say these things as part of the advertising for the app. And even then, did you notice that the first thing when she was saying about, encouraging the passport bros to come date the Filipino, she wasn't talking about any of those women that y'all were describing. She was talking about the fat Filipinos, the Filipinos that's not considered attractive by the men in her country. Or she was encouraging the Filipinas that was not acceptable by the men in their countries to get with, and don't be afraid, she can get her a black man or one of the passport bros. That's not your black Republican. Yeah. Y'all didn't hear that? Y'all didn't hear her talking to her fellow Filipinos, trying to encourage them? She wasn't talking about the diamonds of the Filipina. She was talking. She weren't necessarily talking to the prostitute, but she could have been talking to them too, because retired prostitutes, they want to retire. And yeah, I seen passport bros get with single mothers, single baby mama, the Filipina version. Shockers. Oh yeah. He changed his tune. He's trying to say that the being the stepfather to a Filipino man's child is acceptable compared to black man's child. Oh, I'm so shocked. Okay. Hey, Rozzy. Yeah, I'm making fun of passport bros as I'm about to log off. Demetrius is funny. Let's see, wait, what is it? Black Republic, Big Truck is so funny, bro. Filipina P is one of them. Yep. Demetrius, he is funny, but does talk facts about his passport, bro. But Max and Dane would not do it. Okay. I've seen a few Big Truck things. Y'all don't be listening to him neither. He be telling y'all to do your research. He be telling y'all, be careful going in these countries. The few things I've seen, a big truck, whatever his name is, yeah, he be telling y'all, learn the language. He don't say nothing about learning the culture. He don't tell y'all where to go in these countries, to make sure you in the environment where the diamonds of the Filipina, Taiwan, all these Asian countries that y'all want to go to, and that there's a certain level of racism in some of these countries, so you would never be acceptable, because you're a black man, they don't like black, and that they are favor a white man over you. That's their preference. The preference over there is, if they're going outside their own men, is white mom. Black man, if you can use him, and she better be able to use him to make it acceptable among her family, or she has been done something to kind of got her blacklisted in her family, made her black sheep, and so she has to go in that direction. Mm-hmm. He don't tell you that when you, even with the prostitute, there's a preference. When you go to a prostitute, they raise the amount on you. If you was to really pay attention, white man has a certain price, black man has a certain price. They raise the price on you because they really don't want to be with you. Not to mention, most of the time they do it because they don't think you got the money. Shoot. Okay, I'll take your word for it. But the every country is different. You still means you're getting second choice compared to you getting the leftovers that the men of that community don't want. But hey, if you okay with that, that's fine. That's cool. That's good. If her fat is not our fat, that's fine. It's okay. Yeah. So yeah, have fun. Once the delay is over the way, I expect to not see Black Republican for a long while, and then when I do, I guess he's gonna come up and come up on the panel, share a screen. See, I told you so. This is my wife. Isn't she lovely? Yeah, she's healthy, athletic, she's submissive, and she has no children. So any children we have would be just ours. Okay. All right, y'all. I gotta go. It's nice talking to y'all, but I've been up here like 4.5 hours. Hey! I stayed a half an hour too long. Well, actually, I stayed 2.5 hours too long. All right, Thunder. Black Republic, thanks for showing. All right, and Demetrius, thank you for coming in and trolling lovelily. Thank Liz for coming in. Talk with me, ladies. For ladies' night. I will be doing the Mississippi Jim Crow reinstatement laws and seeing if Louisiana is trying to talk in that direction too. Because as I said, what happens in one southern state eventually will make its way around. Let's see. Who else is here besides Maybe Liz, if she hadn't gone to sleep. Thunder, Black Republic, Rosie, probably just peeping in and say hi. Yo, Rosie. Okay, Demetrius. Although technically, I don't consider Demetrius a troll. But yeah. Let's see what else. Let's see who else. Um, let's see. Highly Favored came in for a moment. I don't know if she's still in the clouds. Um, yeah, I guess it was a troll ladies' night. One lady and a bunch of trolls. But y'all had some very interesting conversations. And you're right, Black Thunder. I'm saying Black Thunder. The Thunder. Those were some very interesting topic choices. I'm sorry, I meant to go back to ask her that question about does she think the Black community could be saved? Um, it would take a lot of work and effort. But yes, it can be, but it might only be saved for the next generation. We gotta combat all the mistakes the generation before us made, and correct the mistakes that we're making, and then ensure that those coming behind us don't make those same mistakes. So that's a lot of work, and that's gonna take generations. Cause it took us about 5 generations to get to this. Let me see. Boomers, Gen X, millennials, zennials, Generation Z, and Alpha's about six generations. But well, the older alphas, yeah. So yeah, the older alphas, yeah, probably need to work on them too. So yeah, so it took us 6 generations. It might take just as many generations to correct it. But that means we really gotta put in the effort to work, come together, and concentrate on what needs to be done. And we gotta accept each other's faults. We're not perfect. We all made mistakes, but y'all gotta understand some of the things you men are translating are putting us women in a position that we're not supposed to be in. Y'all supposed to be the leaders of the Black community, so y'all got to step out and step in your position as leaders, because we kind of out of sync right now. Right now, y'all stepped out as far as we could see, because the older generations are dying out. The silent generations, the silent well, I know of a few silent generations that's still around. Um, the the greatest generation are dying out. The boomers are following along in line. They're the next to go. Okay, we got maybe a sprinkle of the silent generation. We got a few of the great generation, and we got maybe about half the boomers. Cause the oldest boomers are in their 80s right now, I think, or they in their late 70s. Yeah, I think that's it. I gotta check the dates again. Yeah. So we got to be bold enough to do something different. Right now we're kind of learning. We were going the wrong direction politically. We were underestimating our capabilities as a people. We got too caught up in proving that we were equal to, and we became too dependent. We wasted money, time. We did all kind of crazy things. We sold family property. We wasted money on name brand this, name brand that, expensive this, expensive that. To show that we got money, that we got, when it wasn't locked into something grounded, um we start pulling away from our own people. you know we were either trying to get out of the neighborhoods we were in instead of improving on them or fixing them back up, because they were great at one point in time. um we stopped putting our money into our own community and our own businesses. Right now in the Black community, the only business that lasted for a long time are some small mom and pop stores, grocery stores, uh, barber shops, and hairdressers, hair beauty parlors, I guess you could say, and restaurants. It's hard to believe that at one point we had our own hospitals, we had our own hotels, motels. Well, we had both. Well, mainly because we had to have it. Otherwise, there would be no place for us. We had our own movie theaters. We had not movie. Well, we had a theaters. Had our own theaters. I'm thinking. I gotta get that time period right. And we were proud to be Black. You know. But anyway, okay, it's getting late. I'm going to start into another story if I don't watch myself. All right, peace, power, and unity. We're going to catch this topic another time. Oh, I'm not finished with Shahrazad Ali, stuff like that. Yeah, because, yes, as far as I'm concerned, she threw the first punch. She's disrespecting me as a Black woman. She's disrespecting every Black woman I know. And family, the same, that mentality. We stop maturing at 14. What kind of sense does that make? If we stop maturing at 14, where do you think the men are? We're the flip side of the same coin. You might as well say Black people stop maturing at 14. You're speaking white racist talking points about Black people not being mature, that they got to be treated like children. Okay, Black Republican. Well, I'm at least glad there's one Black woman that you will protect, defend, stick up for. Even if you're doing it because she's tearing Black women down. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yeah. Okay, I accept accountability. Now what? I accept my accountability that I chose not to marry a Black man. I did not find a Black man I trusted. I refused to lower my standards of what I would accept in a Black man. I accept accountability that I refuse to have a child by myself. You know, that I in fact would make any man that was sexually involved with wear a condom. If he had no condoms, I wasn't having sex with him. It had done that. I have stopped as we were about to. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Where's the condom? Where's the condom? Damn, I don't need a dog, man. Yeah. I accept accountability that I didn't teach enough of the young women that I came in contact about men and their responsibility as women. I personally thought that was their mom job. I put in here and there where I saw, you know, but I don't be around them enough from day to day to day. You know, the only thing I can say is I discourage young women from having sex, and if they were going to have sex, to be protective. Make sure that Negro wear a condom. See, I couldn't have birth control. Not that I would have done it even if I could have birth control, because my mom always drummed into me, condoms. Because she didn't believe that I would never have sex. She did what she did. Once I became an adult woman, in her mind, which was technically wasn't when I was 18. She didn't consider me an adult till I was about 20. She and even then she was still my mother. Yeah, now the responsibility is on me. She did everything she could as a parent, but now as I'm an adult, the responsibility is on me. But she had like 20 years to drum into me about birth control and being careful and STDs and men and not letting a man use you um for sex, and about getting a job, take care of yourself, save some money. Yeah. Okay, you see that? Y'all got me started talking all over again. I was supposed to. You're older. Your olders need to. What the heck? Oh, listen, wait. Let me back that up. I don't make fun of them. I just say if your passport broke, don't be anywhere near American Black anything, because you shouldn't be there. Yeah. Why y'all keep popping up over here in other Black channels since y'all passport bros? Y'all should be going to these other ethnic group channels so you can learn more about their culture. Stop wasting your time um talking to Black women, Black women and Black channels for Black Republican. You're not interested. Not interested in helping to fix the Black community. If you see it needs fixing in your area, you're not interested in being involved with Black women. You're interested in these non-Black women. So you should be getting to know and concentrate and learning the cultures of these non-Black women. Okay, Dane, why did you refuse the nerd? What are you talking about? No. You got it backwards. I always loved the nerds. The nerds didn't love me. They were interested in the cheerleaders, the dancers, the flag girls. In fact, I was considered a little bit of a nerd myself. So hey, yes, I know. I actually approached what y'all would call a nerd, and even though I didn't call him that, I just thought he was cute. He was my friend. We were friends first, but over a period of time, I still thought he was cute back then too. But I enjoyed talking with him, and we loved the books, and we loved talking about books. In fact, he was a co-founder of our school's Stephen King Club, because we was all, and we had from all across the spectrum. Not to mention, our jocks and our nerds was the same thing. The jocks, the football players, some of the basketball players, they were A students. So hey, they were A students, you know. So yeah, I actually did not refuse the nerd. He refused me. And because I was talking to my friends at PE and stuff like that, and we were talking about what boys we like, and I mentioned him, and they asked why, and I talked up all his good points. The cheerleader that he was enamored of actually took him to prom. She went on a date with him because of Big Time. I was ready. I was mad. I said, wait. You thought I was crazy because I was interested in him. I said, but you said all these nice things about him and da. And it's not like I were going together. I said, yeah, but you knew I liked him. You didn't even give me a chance to grieve that he turned me down. But still, she was also kind of a friend of mine. So, I got over it, and she said to me that she actually enjoyed it, and she was able to have a conversation with him, and he was such a gentleman, and that's how she wanted to be treated. Turns out she wasn't being treated that way by these other guys that she had been dating. And she now knew what she wanted and how she wanted a man to treat her. But it didn't work out because even though they did find something in common too, there wasn't enough there for them to click. But they had remained friends, It's like, but they broke up because and he became more confident because, hey, he asked her out and she said yes. She enjoyed being with him. But it just didn't click, So they broke up and they just remained friends. And I got it from both sides. They said it was mutual. Otherwise, they've been perfectly fine just hanging out, going out, you know, having fun. Okay, so don't come at me about, dang, why you refused the nerd. No, that was not the case. The nerd refused me. You could get yourself an African man or a Jamaican man. Okay. Although I found out later that he was Trinidadian. Um the Jamaican man that the Jamaican men were they were mad at me. Men that I met, they a little too free flowing. They spread themselves around a little too much. Yeah. And I knew every woman he slept with. I'm glad I know every woman that he slept with, but on a certain level, I didn't want to know exactly how many women he slept with. I don't want to know the women that he slept with. Unfortunately, a lot of women he slept with, I knew. So when he came up to me, I was totally turned off. My mind is like, you've been around. I don't know. He's like, to me, he was like he was a walking petri dish. A nasty, disgusting petri dish. Not that the women were nasty, but my mind was taking me, if I have sex with him, he's been with her. So it's like, when they said, the old AIDS commercial where when you sleep with this one, you also slept with the ones they slept with. I didn't want that in my head, I wasn't one of the women that saw it as a competitive sport, that I got your man. No. Let's see. African men. I didn't meet African men until I was in my 20s. I failed in two categories with them. I was sister. The one I was really, 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 really attracted, cute, sweet, nerd. I guess you could say he was a nerdy type, but he saw me as a sister. He respected me. He wasn't going to share his body with any woman but his wife. And he didn't date because he didn't feel it was fair to date a woman when there's a possibility that he would be engaged back home. He was of a traditional, the parents choose his wife and stuff like that type dude. And then there was the other side of the African where they saw American women as easy. Didn't matter, black, white, whatever. All of us American women are easy as far as they're concerned. And we was just for sex. I wasn't going in that category neither. Yeah. No, yeah. Or they were married. And I ain't touching a married man. Yeah. So those are the Africans I've been exposed to. Or you consider my co-workers. I was co-worker with a Nigerian and a Cameroon and an island dude. But as I said, I wasn't certain with island, and the way he moved, I felt like he was with everyone. Ugh. And I was not into those Africans where it's okay for them to have multiple wives. Because for me to be okay with my husband having multiple wives, he is sure as heck better be okay with me having multiple husbands. I discouraged several African men because of that. Be like, no. Aren't you? Wait a minute, aren't you related to so and so? Because sometimes they try to hook you up with relatives. I said, wait a minute, aren't you Muslim? Can't you have more than one wife? Do you have a wife already? And so yes, but you would be wife number one. That means somewhere in the future you will have another wife. Maybe back home. No, that's not gonna work. We're not gonna work. I said, he was asking why not, and I was explaining to him, no, if you and I get married, I can be your only wife. There will be no third, fourth wife. Well, in their country, they can have up to 4 wives as long as they're able to take care of them. Actually, the way they explained it to me, he has to take care of all the women equally. So if he buy a house for one, he got to buy a house for all. If he buy a dress for one, he got to buy a dress for all. And it got to be the same exact dress. So if I like it yellow dress, all other women have to have the yellow dress. Same style, same color, everything. Jewelry, same thing. I'm like, what the hell? I said, can't we just each have our own? Like if I have a yellow, but she prefer red, she can have a red version of my dress. None of that. It has to be the same exact type. Or if he buy like my birthday present, if he buy me a birthday present, they all get a present on my birthday. And just like I get a present on theirs. I was like, It wasn't because of that. I don't like the idea of sharing my man. So I'm very, very clear with who I'm dating. Or even if I've had a relationship where I was a friends with benefit on my terms, not his terms. I'm not the one. I'm very, very clear about my rules. But when it comes to marriage, I'm not playing. There will be no divorce. There will be no cheating. You with me till you die. You want to get away from me, you better be dead 6 feet under. No faking the death here. I will track you down. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not the one. You do better. If you say you see another woman you want to be with, you do better breaking it up. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot. If we married, you can't get divorced. You just can't have that woman. Yeah, I ain't gonna be knocking windows out the car because I'm gonna need to use that car. But I will give you hell, and there will be no divorce. I am not going to California so they have a no fault divorce law. I'm going where you cannot get a divorce. I will refuse to sign papers. You're not divorcing me. You're not leaving me. There will not be married and separated. I have a few relatives that have done that. They're married, but they're separated. I ain't playing that game with you. You better understand when you propose what you are proposing, what you are promising me. So I do not play games about marriage. I am serious as a heart attack. Yeah. Friends with benefits, I'm very clear about my rules. As long as neither one of us have met anybody we're interested in, want to get involved with, once one of us meet one, you say, okay, I met somebody, I'm interested in her, I want to date her, I want to see if she's the one. We break off all ties. There's no more nookie, no more none of that. Not that you would have much choice in the time frame. I'm a bad pillow friend. You can't just call me or just show up and respect it. No, I'll call you, and if you want to get together, when I call you, say, "Hey, you free?" Da, 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 da. Then yeah. If you don't, no problem. I'm good. But I sure as heck is not gonna be sharing you. Yeah, we ain't gonna be have the mingling and stuff like that. You break up with me. You be like, okay, I want to end our friends with benefit relationship because I found someone I'm interested in, and then we go, yeah, okay, fine, we go our separate ways. We have no contact with each other for 7 years because one, she keeps seeing you hanging out with your ex so-called friend with benefit. It's gonna unnerve her. And yeah, yeah. So do polygamy or polyamory? Now I'm not really polyamorous. I don't love multiple men at one time. You know, yeah. Polyamorous mean that you love multiple women, and you honestly telling each woman that yes, I love you, but I will also. There's also a chance I will love another woman. Not to take from you. I want the both of y'all. That's what polyamorous means. Polygamy means you're married multiple women. Now there's another term when both the husband and the wife are marrying multiple partners while still being married. I forgot what it's called. I am sorry. I wasn't expecting to talk about this, but yes. So I am not. I don't believe in polygamy. That's just a man marrying a bunch of women. As I said, the only way that's gonna work with me, if he's okay with me having multiple husbands, and he see me interact with my husbands as he interact with his wives. So if he can deal with that, I can deal with him having multiple wives. So there is a term for it. I even read a book that kind of touched on it. There was a story where they talked about this. It could get crazy. Yeah, a lot of people are not meant to be polygamous. And polyamory, um, polyamory, you gotta be really really honest. There are a lot of men who are polyamory, but they're not honest about that. They're not telling the women, look, I'm polyamory. I know there's room that I am capable not only loving you, but another woman and maybe another woman. But I want both for you. I still want both for you because I love both for you. I still want y'all in my life. I still want y'all. I think we can all live together, be one happy family. I don't think that's gonna work. One penis, two vaginas. That's not gonna work. Unless somebody's bisexual in that, you're not going to be able to sleep with two women at the same time. Oh, okay, you could say one could sit on your face and stuff like that, but unless we turning our backs completely away from each other, I have to look at her, you doing her in one form or another, either with your tongue or with your penis. That's not going to jive. It's not going to work. I know this. I'm not attracted to other women. Not interested in other women. I can eyeball them like that because I got a bunch of male relatives. So I can look at a woman, I can see what it is about them that would attract men because, hey, my male relatives forget I'm in the room sometimes. So I hear them talking. I hear them describe. I actually will see the girl they talking about as they describing her and stuff like that. So, yeah, the reason why I brought that up is because when I was in school, when I was in Job Corps, somebody thought I was because okay, she was feeling down. The guy that she was involved with was telling her that she was ugly and that she didn't have the right body type and that he could do better than her. Why do that look like my socks? Okay. Sorry, my aunt walking around here. Okay, and I looked at her and I was like, I said, I look her up and down, I said, he's lying. I know a whole bunch of other dudes that would love to get with you. Because she had she was like something like 5'5", a little short thing. She had a curvy body. She had hourglass figure with some junk in the trunk, and she had a cute face. So I was telling her he's lying to you. Or you can get a whole bunch of other dudes. You can get a whole bunch of other dudes faster than he can get him another girl. Mm-hmm. And because I eyeballed her and I look her up and down to assess her and see how would the guys that I knew and the men in my family would see her. Shoot. She could end up with every man in my family, including my grandfather. Well, every man in my family. Shoots, even the ones the one or two I found out were gay. She could have had them too, because the reason, yeah, yeah, gay men have been known to have sex with women. Mhm. So 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 yeah, she was looking at me like, "Are you a lesbian?" No, I'm not. Why are you looking at me like that? Hey, I was just assessing whether that guy was telling the truth or not. And I'm telling you right now, he's lying. And it's no hardship. Even if he was telling the truth, hey, you can get another man even better than him. And who treats you right. But no, I ain't the one. So yeah. Yeah. So that's why I tend to get my heart broken by the sweet, good looking, corny, nerdy guy. I don't get my heart blown by the players, the Max, the guy that talk all kind of sweetness, the guys that 6 something and good looking. No, because that's all. That's just about every man in my family. I know the games they play. Actually, I'm kind of comfortable with them, but I don't take them seriously. Men like that, I do not take seriously. So not every girl goes after the football player, the basketball player, the thug, the Pookie Ray Ray. There's some girls that do like the corny guys, good guys. But as a fact, not all good guys are any different from any other guy. But I had to go get my heart broken quite a few times. But guess who was breaking my heart? The corny, nerdy, sweet dude. He was breaking my heart because he wanted what he wanted, which was he wanted the cheerleader, the bad girl, the um the prom queen, the queen's court. I mean, let me see, girl, the supermodel, the the dang it, I'm trying to think about. He wanted all these type of girls. He didn't want the bookworm. He didn't want the nerdy girl. Oh, but I wasn't necessarily attracted to the football player. I liked them, but they weren't different than any of my relatives. I didn't treat them any differently too much differently than I treated my relative. Which unfortunately, some of the things I did that I would do for a relative kind of would get them a little confused. Cause okay, when I see a guy in pain, I had to break myself off for that, especially if I know him. I would do it for relatives, male relatives, because they were like football players, basketball players. They was all in these sports. They get all these body pain. I learned how to massage doing that for like my uncles, my cousins. So my automatic response when I knew the guy, I was comfortable with him, and I see him in pain, I massage the shoulders, I massage the leg, get him to ease the joints in the back and stuff like that. I don't think nothing of it. In fact, sometimes I'll be talking. If I don't pay attention, next thing you know, I'm one-handedly massaging the guy's neck, trying to get into that area where the neck and the shoulders meet. That's usually where a lot of pain builds up sometimes. And it used to get me in trouble because they thought I was interested in them, and that wasn't the case. It just was. I was being nice. I had to learn how to restrain my tactical touching. Some of the guys knew. Some guys knew and they take advantage of it. Oh, Frank, come on, my back is killing me. Could you just knock out the kink for me real quick? Yeah, they were my friends. They were my buddies. You want too much, Dan? Yes, you should have got his fourth star and accepted his cheating. You trying to get me in jail for murder, Black Republican? Nah. Well, I don't think I would go to jail for murder because I don't believe in murder. The person never learns if they dead, but I sure will scare the ever living hell out of them. I would let I would let the crazy out more often. That means I would be angry all the time. See, usually it takes a lot to make me angry. If I have to accept my man cheating on me, I would be angry all the time. I can't channel my angry into the witchy mode. I'm either calm, and it takes a lot to pull it out. And when it comes out, she's scary as hell. She'll even scare me. But no, not scare me in the sense that I feel like she's gonna kill somebody. No. But she gonna do some damage. I got a big 6'5", 300-pound cousin. If he pissed me off to the level where she comes out, he backs off. He'll start apologizing and stuff like that, because that woman don't give a care. Police can come. They can pull out a gun. She gonna be ready to choke the hell out of me. Yeah. So yeah. No. See, you gotta understand. If a woman does not really like that, accept or condition herself to accept her man cheat on her, find a way to make it acceptable, either by having some kind of control. I know a woman, the way she handled her husband cheating, she had control. She knew about his other women. Every woman he cheated with, she already knew about. She investigated these women. She found out everything about them, and if they were the wrong type, or they were greedy, because she ain't divorcing them, and he ain't asking her for a divorce. Because if he divorces her, or she divorces him, he ain't gonna be able to afford his side chick. And he makes quite a bit of money, and like we live. But she never lets him. I don't think to this day he know. And I think he passed away not too long ago. But yeah, that's how she handles husband cheating on her. She has to control. When you get one of them greedy ones and stuff like that, who don't accept her place, don't know and accept her place as a side chick, she makes them get rid of her. This is what she do. It said, I know about the such and such chick. You need to let her go. Because there can only be one of us. Now, if he find one that's acceptable, know her side chick role, so to say, and is okay with staying in her lane, not trying to take the wife's position, or take all his money, because he makes enough money where, as far as I know, he had at least 3 side chicks. One of them got greedy, and she had him get rid of them. But she knew about the other 2. Another 2 knew about her. But he never knew that they all knew about each other. That's what a woman has to do that's what this particular woman had to do to make her husband cheating acceptable to her. Oh, and none of the women could have children for him. Oh, no. She threatened him. If you bring a child into this world that ain't come through my womb, it's gonna be me and you. You're gonna be under the ground, and that child's gonna be fatherless. Hey, Sugar Bun. Oh, that was Shahrazad Ali. Yeah, she had said that she had told this man, giving him advice that black women stop maturing at 14 years old, and that don't make her his equal partner, that she would not accept it, and that he should treat her like a child. That's what she said. I like, what the hell? But this is something that she had said about 7 years ago at Nettie's studios. One of the conscious community dudes, the one that he was part of that community that Black Women is God, but basically he just uses the conscious community to make his money. He'll flip flop anyway. Yes, exactly. So we under the theory that she has gone senile during that time period. That was the beginning of her her dementia, Alzheimer's. Yeah. So we had moved on to other topics. I was trying to end it, and I keep rolling into another topic. I've been on here for 5 hours. I gotta go, y'all. Glad you can make a sugar bum, but I was really about ready to end it. In fact, I think I'm going to just straight out end it. I was going to end it with some music, but I'm just going to straight out end it. Uh-huh. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah. So to get okay, we had came up with, was talking about the topic of women. I should have married a sports star and accepted his cheating, but I didn't really know a sports star that well he did come eventually, but he was older than me. He saw me as jailbait. See, back then, most men did not mess with uh uh girls that was too young for them, that wasn't of legal age, because jailbait. Also, she might have an old-fashioned father, grandfather, and since my grandfather and my uncle, who's also his friend, was still very much alive, not to mention he didn't really see me that way. He saw me as a little sister. I would have loved it if he saw me that way, but it could be because he's a friend of my uncle, who's like my big brother. He see me as the little sister of his buddy, and he didn't see me that way. And by the time I was 18, he was off away to his college. Wait a minute, did he go? Wait a minute, I think he was he became pro by that time. Yeah, I think he was with Miami Dolphins at the time. But anyway, I'm getting sidetracked. Uh, There was no chance. I was way younger, and the only pro people that I knew, or people I grew up with that turned pro, no, didn't see me that way. I was their honorary little sister. They didn't already have a little sister. Uh, um, mm, yeah, so they didn't mess with girls that was underage. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so all this talk about the age of consent is 16 years old. That wasn't that was a bad thought to go thinking, because that either you in jail or you married to this girl for life. The shotgun, because back in my age, the grandfathers and the fathers was definitely on that point. The only reason my grandfather was not able to force my mom to marry my dad was um, two things, I think. Because what happened with his sister being beat to death by her husband kind of changed his mind. And once my mom said she was not going to force no man to marry her, if he didn't want to marry her, he didn't have to marry her. She wasn't going to force it. And no, she did not file for child support. I don't even know there was child support back then. Let me see, I was born in 71. No, she left it up to him. He never did. But anyway, that's enough about my family history. I'm going. I'm serious. I'm going this time. Good night, y'all. I'll catch y'all next time for ladies' night. Be on the lookout for tomorrow for gent culture. Max is either going to do a gent culture Sunday or Monday, depending how the situation is. Okay. Peace, power, unity, everyone. No, we're not going out with no music tonight. I'm just going to end it. Because if I have a feeling if I waste time trying to hook up the music, I will start a whole nother conversation. Bum, sugar bum, you just going to have to catch the rerun. Okay. Good night, y'all.